Are we ready to continue? Perfect. So, can I ask those of you who have the largest number of siblings just to stand up? Yes? So remember these faces, because these people, or those people, will be responsible for socializing, okay? Because so far they know how to deal with many people at home. At least they will know how to deal with us. Thank you. Can we see people who have the biggest shoes in the group? Okay, perfect. Your task for today will be to run around and to have a more in-depth look on the conference and persuade people to join the interactive session outside. Thank you. Can we see people who have the biggest thumb? Can we see your thumbs? Okay, so these people will be responsible for clicking like and doing likes on every session. Okay? Like your video. So welcome to Skopje. Again, as a capital city of Republic of Macedonia, I would like to invite Mr. Darko Dimitrov, Director of the National Agency for European Educational Program and Mobility, as a host. Then I would like to invite Giselle Evrard Markovic. Giselle is the educational advisor of the partnership between European Commission and the Council of Europe in the field of youth. I would like to invite Marcio Barcelos, the board member of the European Youth Forum. And last but not least, Elisa, or replacement, Luis Alvarado. As a person who is a host here, and person who will like to give you a welcoming from this speech, I would like to invite Mr. Darko Dimitrov first to present the role of the national agency and how the national agency can provide support to the youth organization and youth development.
Thank you, Juliana. Hope everyone can hear me. No?
You can use my mic if
No, it's okay. I think now it's okay. Okay, now? Yeah, that's excellent. I can hear myself also. Okay, dear participants, dear guests. First of all, I would like to thank and congratulate the organizer of the Center for Intercultural Dialogue for setting up this conference and inviting me, as well all other relevant stakeholders as a part of this event. It is my honor to participate in this conference and give a contribution and an overview of the program that the European Commission marked as a flagship program for young people across Europe in the previous program period from 2007 till 2013. As the head of the National Agency for European Educational Program, which is the agency responsible for implementation of Youth in Action program in the Republic of Macedonia, but as well as the new program Erasmus+, I will give an overview from a perspective that might be wider and in line with the set of objectives of the program itself. In the previous period, the National Agency was implementing agency for the program Youth in Action, as well as the program Lifelong Learning on the centralized level. These two programs were the most important tools in the realm of education, having in mind both formal and non-formal education. Till now, the national agency managed to grant 66 project applications out of 307 applications with a project proposal, and all this in amount of 941,000 euros. Looking at this number, we must all have in mind that the Republic of Macedonia was participating in Youth in Action as a country in preparatory phase. Nevertheless, these figures also show that over time awareness of organizations and individuals dealing with youth significantly increased in the previous years, and involvement in the program has increased on the centralized level via the national agency, but also on centralized level. If we reflect on the objectives of the program itself, which are to promote young people active citizenship in general and their European citizenship, develop solidarity and promote tolerance among young people, in particular foster social cohesion in the European Union, foster mutual understanding between young people in different countries, contribute to development of the quality of support activities and capabilities of social society organization in the youth field, and to promote European cooperation in this field. And if we take in consideration that Youth in Action in Macedonia was implemented within 3 actions of the program, we can summarize the following. The first action, Youth Exchange. The national agency granted 25 Youth Exchange, which resulted with more than 70 group of young people from different countries to meet and learn about each other's cultures and discuss themes of mutual interest. Topics as democracy, sport, health, environment, disadvantaged groups, creativity, entrepreneurship were all subject of the granted projects. EVS, or European Voluntary Service. The national agency has also granted 25 European Voluntary Service projects, which resulted with many volunteers incoming and outgoing, in which they all learn new skills and languages, discovered other cultures, and gain non-formal education and practice. Promotion to wider knowledge to rural areas, ethnic and ethic learning, youth inclusion and development through media, long-term volunteering against long-term unemployment, exchange of practices in European citizenship through volunteering were all subject and themes of these granted projects. And at the end, training and networking. The national agency has granted 16 training and networking projects that tackle training of those active in the youth work and youth organization, in particular exchange of experience, expertise and good practice, as well as activities which should lead to quality projects and partnerships and networks. Fostering social inclusion and employability, fighting poverty and marginalization, social media as a tool of change, promotion of youth organization were all topic of these projects. So if we compare the things we did and the project we implemented, we will notice that we have been in line with the objectives set out in the Youth in Action program. All the project implemented regardless of if the organization was a coordinator of a project or a partner in a project, and regardless if the project was on centralized or on the centralized level, we all have to admit that brought us experience, knowledge, boosted the capacity of Macedonian youth organization, increased the level of cooperation on EU level with other organizations in the youth field, and resulted with many partnerships. It was nice hearing that over 70 organizations are in this room. Recognition of youth work was also a subject of the national agency, so Youth Pass was introduced and organizations were encouraged to use it. We have a study program at an undergraduate level introduced in the Southeast European University in Teto that is dealing with in the field of leadership and community youth work. And we will continue using all the available recognition tools in the future, having in mind the EU tendencies for higher recognition of non-formal education. Now I suggest we look ahead, look into the future, or as the conference name stands, look beyond. Erasmus Plus is the new flagship program for education, training, youth and sport. The European Commission introduced the Erasmus Plus program, and it will be implemented from 2014 till 2020 with a budget of 14.7 billion euros. The most important aspect for Republic of Macedonia is that within Erasmus Plus program, Republic of Macedonia is a program country with full participation. This means that all the actions that are available in Erasmus Plus program are now available for Macedonian organizations and institutions. This also means that the Republic of Macedonia will be treated in Erasmus Plus as other EU member states, having equal opportunities and obligations. The full participation and the status of the program country was one of the strategic priorities of the national agency in the previous years, And to achieve this goal, a serious effort was made by all the key players involved in the process, before all the national agency itself, but also the Ministry of Education and Science, and also with the great support of the European Commission, especially the Directorate General for Education and Culture. On 26th of May, the Memorandum for Full Participation of Republic of Macedonia in Erasmus Plus was signed in Brussels. This document was the result of fulfilling all the necessary requirements set up by the European Commission from the Macedonian National Agency. So at the end, and with regards with everything mentioned, I call all interested organizations that are here, and that are many, to apply an Erasmus Plus program and use all the available opportunities that the program offers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Darko. As a youngest national agency, or the newest, let's say, in the region, what are the new processes that you initiated?
I think now we can close it. Having in mind that in the last several years the national agency was implementing the, let's say, restricted number of actions. So basically, within the Youth in Action program, there are, as you already know, of course, several actions. But in Macedonia, there were only three actions open in Youth in Action. So basically, we had the ones I mentioned, the EVS, the Youth Exchange, and Training and Networking. So let's say from now on, Youth in Action is open. The whole package is open. So basically, what we'll have now is Youth in Action as a program itself in Key Action 2 and Key Action 1 as an individual mobility and strategic partnership, but also the availability for youth organizations to involve themselves in cross-sectoral cooperation with other sectors or other fields in education. So let's say, for example, adult education or higher education, even schools. We had some examples in the past. Let's say some organizations that are dealing with youth are also dealing with schools in the bed sector. So they have joint projects and everything. This is the one on the one hand, and on the other hand, from last year, the national agency introduced and became the National Europa Center for Republic of Macedonia, the National Eurodice Unit for Republic of Macedonia, and from this year will also be the National Unit for Euro Guidance, as well as eTwinning, National Support Center for eTwinning, and we'll also implement Eurodesk in Republic of Macedonia, as well as EVRA. So these are many initiatives that are open now for Republic of Macedonia. Of course, some of them were open previous year, some of them will be open this year. For example, Eurodesk is very, very important for youth work, and basically will be implemented from the national agency in the whole package of Erasmus Plus, as well as EVRA. And on the other hand, we already have the Macedonian educational system set up on the executive agency website via the program report or via the initiative Eurodice, which is also very important for youth organizations because it's a source where you can actually have information about formal learning. And of course, Europass, we already have national Europass unit in the Republic of Macedonia that is within the national agency. This is a tool or a set of documents that are used widely used across Europe for recognition and for self-evaluating some of the skills gained, no matter if they are on formal or non-formal, let's say, standpoint. So basically, you have the European CV, the European format of CV, which is, I suppose, widely known. Now it can be also put together on Macedonian language. It's accessible through the europass.mk website that is hosted by the national agency. It can be done online, saved, downloaded, sent. So basically, the whole package is working. Also, there we have the language passport, the mobility, the mobility certificate, as well as the diploma supplement. That is, let's say, the diploma supplement is a little bit more for formal education and for higher institution education. So basically, the national agency, it was besides the main strategic goal to manage for Macedonia to become a program country and to have all the, let's say, all the opportunities available, but also to include Macedonia in every possible way with all the programs and initiatives that go around lifelong learning and youth in action, as well as the Erasmus Plus.
Perfect, thank you. But if I woke up in the morning and if I ask you, okay, Darko, please tell us what is your biggest achievement in a youth policy in this country, the role that you can see the national agency really applying to the youth policy, what you will foresee as the biggest achievement?
If you take the Macedonian example, and if you take in view that only individual mobilities were allowed for Macedonia in the preparatory phase, you'll see that these are not large-scale projects, and they are all in line with the set of objectives, as I mentioned before in the program, which are not only to develop policies, but it's to develop partnerships and networks and communication between young people, as we see today here on this conference. So basically, if you say that, or if Stefan said that the number which the Center for Intercultural Dialogue, the number of organizations that they interact with, it's a 3-figure number. That's an achievement for me.
Okay, thank you. And good luck with the continuing of your achievements with the national agency.
Yeah, thank you, and basically with all the support of the youth sector, which I very much appreciate. I have some good friends in the youth sector, so I think that because the organization, as much as we work, we need the support of all the organizations.
Absolutely, that is the two-way street.
Yeah, it's absolutely, yeah.
Okay, I would like to give a floor to Giselle Evrard Markovic. I have difficulties when I pronounce really the surname of our friends. She is here as an educational advisor of the partnership between the European Commission and the Council of Europe in the field of youth. Giselle, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It works. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Giselle Evrard Markovic. You said it quite fine, don't worry. And I represent the partnership between the European Commission and the Council of Europe in the field of youth, which is a very long name. I will explain you in a minute what do we do. And I'm not really educational advisor, but I'm more youth work, youth policy officer, which is a bit of a difference because I'm not focusing anymore only on educational activities as such. So what do we do? Maybe just to have an idea, who heard about the partnership here in the room? Okay, good. So some people, yeah. We are a structure which is born in 1998 to, in a way, link the two European institutions, the Council of Europe and the European Commission, in the field of youth. So to try to bridge, in a way, the priorities and the activities that those two institutions were developing at that time and are still developing today, with a focus which started on capacity building of youth organization, but also of youth trainers and youth leaders. We were also focusing on knowledge building and knowledge provision, supporting better understanding of youth. And then we were also working on regional cooperation. So we had a geographical focus, so to say, developing activities in Southeast Europe, now Western Balkans, in South Mediterranean, and Eastern Europe and Caucasus. So those were the geographical areas that both institutions wanted to reinforce, let's say, their work in the youth field. We are a structure with offices based in Strasbourg, in the Council of Europe offices there, and also in Brussels. So I'm based in Brussels for the time being. And then that's also to liaise in a way with the institutional actors, which doesn't mean we only work with those two institutions. We cooperate with a number of stakeholders in the field, to start with youth organizations themselves, mainly through the European Youth Forum, but also with other bigger organizations on a more direct basis. We cooperate with national agencies, we cooperate with Salto resource centers, and a number of other structures. So we really try in our work to make sure that all the stakeholders are consulted and involved. That's quite important for what will come next in our talk. Today we focus more on the promotion of youth work with a big focus on quality and recognition of youth work and non-formal learning, but also on knowledge-based youth policy. And this is actually what I will now develop a bit more in this panel. We also focus on, from the perspective of themes, on inclusion and participation. Those are the two main priorities for the coming years for the partnership. I was asked when we were contacted to prepare this panel to briefly start at least by explaining what have been the main achievements in the past years and what is the state of the art today. We don't work directly with the Youth in Action program, or we didn't work directly with the Youth in Action program, and it's the same now for Erasmus+. However, of course, we deal with youth work, and from our side, from the side of the partnership, if there is something to really highlight as one of the main or the bigger development or achievement in the past, not only 7 years but even 15 years, it's the increasing space that evidence-based policy has taken on the European and national agenda. So to try to develop policies that are rooted on the experiences, the ideas and the vision of youth organization, of young people. And this took a while, but I think nowadays we could say that there is a general agreement or acknowledgement that this is necessary and that this is important, and that we have really made a lot of step forward with regard to evidence-based youth policy or knowledge-based youth policy. And this is why in the partnership we put a lot of focus also on this famous triangle, the cooperation between researchers, practitioners, and policymakers, which is not easy, it doesn't always work so smoothly, but it has developed in a good direction. So this is I would say what I can really highlight as one of the main achievements, and of course the work on recognition of youth work and non-formal learning, which will be tackled in another panel, but also in workshops, which also really made significant step forwards. And I think this is for you also very relevant to keep that in mind, even though at local level or national level it's not always easy to grasp what's going on elsewhere on recognition, but there are things moving at the European level, and the partnership is also involved in that. That's for the achievement. Maybe I will leave the, I don't know, the question mark or challenges for later, how you want to structure that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, but can you just briefly explain what is the impact, basically, from the existing European youth cooperation? Just the impact.
The European cooperation between, I mean, could
yeah.
be more specific?
Yes, yes, on the political definition and on the recognition of youth work. Yeah, okay, that's very different things. On the political level, I think that if you look at what happened since the white paper in 2001, white paper on youth, in terms of political cooperation, you could really see that there was a clear willingness to involve all actors in policy making. So to have a real dialogue at the political level, but also with the youth field, and that was translated through the open method of coordination in the European level, or the European Commission level, through the structured dialogue that the Youth Forum was advocating for quite a lot. So to have really a dialogue system with youth organizations, or even the trio presidencies of the EU organizing. Each time there was a presidency, or there is a presidency, a youth event, to really give the space to young people. At the Council of Europe level, you could also see that this cooperation, which is more cross-sectoral cooperation, happened, for instance, through the review, the youth policy review, or national policy reviews. I don't know if you heard about it. I was checking yesterday night, the last one in Macedonia. I could not even find the dates anymore. So it's really before 99. I mean, we were talking about it with Stefan. But you have a system of national policy review where all the sectors, all the ministries are required to explain what in their agenda or in their portfolio, what are they doing for young people.
And this is really about mainstreaming young people. It's happening at national level, but this is really going back at the European level, and that's for me clear achievements, I would say, of cooperation. On recognition, it's a longer debate, or it's a longer explanation to give. I think Rita Bechstein will also tackle that in her explanation later on. I would say that once again, it's for me, it's really about this dialogue with the field. That I have the feeling sometimes, and I have shared that with several of you already here, that sometimes in the field, because we are so diverse, we get on the train really at the last minute. And things move, so things are launched by the policy level or by other actors, and then we think, we work, we wonder, and then we jump on the train because we have to, and then we become really active on recognition. Perhaps there has been two ways, a lot of proactivity and then a bit step back from the side of the youth field, and then again back on the train thanks to the visibility of some tools like the Youth Pass for the users of the program, but also other processes. And for the past years, you also have a feeling that it is really on the agenda at the political level. So you have a cooperation in the youth field in Europe between policymakers and youth field or youth representatives, youth organizations representatives, to try to sustain the process towards recognition of youth work and non-formal learning, not only at political level, because this is actually the easier one, but also self-recognition and social recognition, so that we know why we do things and how we do it. So it's
self-recognition. That is important. Thank you very much, Elisa. Giselle, sorry. What I was thinking of is that so many things we in the youth field achieved in years that are already past, that we have to foresee what will be the next steps. That is very important. The time will not stop here and now. And if we achieve the biggest thing in our life, still there are new generations who are approaching, and we have to think about that. How many of you know about the European Youth Forum? Okay, but there are many of you who haven't heard. That's why we invited Marcio Barcelos, a board member of the European Youth Forum, sitting left next to me. So, Marcio, this is your 5 to 6 minutes.
Thank you. Hello. Just very quickly, for those who don't know who the European Youth Forum is, we are a platform organization of youth organizations in Europe, which makes us the biggest youth organization in Europe. We represent probably all of you through either your national youth councils or international youth organizations of which you are a part at the national level. For example, we have around 99 member organizations that are comprised of national youth councils of European countries, not only European Union countries, but let's say the Council of Europe scope of countries. And the other half would be the international youth organizations that have an European level. Some of them are global, some of them exist at the European level with national branches, like the student unions, the scouts, all the political parties, youth branches, and our role is to represent your voice and the members of our member organizations' voice at European level for advocacy, for policy making, for capacity building, and for the general development of the conditions of young people in Europe. As I said, we do work on policy making, and that's a bit why we are here. And that policy making, or at least that policy influencing through our advocacy and lobbying, is done with cooperation. It's cooperation with other institutions, and we do have a very good cooperation with the partnership, for example, and also with youth organizations at different levels. For example, we can share some of the advocacy that was made specifically to the new Erasmus Plus and to the current configuration of what used to be Youth in Action and now is somehow also Youth in Action but with a different context. Some years ago, when we started to work with, to know and to receive to realize that the new program was about to start, and this was around 2010, 2011, we started to work on it. We started to create a working group based on our member organizations. We started to have someone at the Secretariat specifically working on this. And from there, we created different events, different advocacy tools, different advocacy moments, so that we can try to influence what was coming and the situation of the financing program that was about to start. This was based around. This was back then was still an initial brainstorming, initial consultation with our members, and we had some events like roundtables and some lobby moments and advocacy moments at European Parliament, with the Commission, etc. And around 2012, we based on some of those consultations, we did have a position on what we wanted this new program to be. We had a policy paper that was adopted by our members. We had a whole campaign, media campaign, based on what we believed proper funding should be for youth organizations and young people's activities. After that, we were, of course, still taking that position and that content in order to advocate and to influence the decisions that were constantly being made, some of them taking a long time to be made. We had some big events last year. We had the GeoFest, which is a big let's say, festival that we have in Brussels that joins young people and policymakers and the party element, and makes it a big festival, a political festival, where young people can actually get in touch with policymakers, and that connected with what Giselle also mentioned, the structured dialogue and the youth conferences where young people are invited to influence and to discuss their points of view with policymakers. Those were some of the big moments to influence this current program for Youth in Action and Erasmus Plus. At a certain moment, we had access to the program guide and the first draft, so we also consulted our members and received the point of view of young people through them, so that we can input and try to change and influence some of those elements that would be part of the new program. And all of that was, of course, with still other elements and still other working groups that were set up, and enjoying and using all the moments that we needed and we could use to influence this process. That was what got us to the current situation. We managed to, for example, influence the decision to have a separate chapter on youth, so that youth organizations wouldn't have to compete directly with formal institutions and other bigger education and youth service providers, let's say. And yes, this was one of our biggest achievements. Also, the reality of having international youth organizations being able to work with some of the funding coming from Youth in Action, because the challenge was that everything would be centered in the national agencies, and that would be kind of leaving the international youth organizations a bit separated. and now there's some operating grants that allow from some of them to do their work all year round and not only project-based. And I think this is a good example of what cooperation between different stakeholders in the youth field and in the youth policy can achieve, and this is something that we of course need to still work on, and of course will need to improve in the future, but I think it's a good start. And I had other things to see, but I think I also have been over the mark of the 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcelo. When I met you this morning for the first time, I recall that 15 years ago I've been walking in your shoes. And that's why I started wondering about your personal evaluation on the political commitment in European and on national level related to youth work quality and recognition.
Well, it is challenging. It is. I think there is a bigger issue here. We are all part of the youth field. We are youth workers or are involved in youth work at different levels. But the political commitment and the political recognition and, let's say, openness at the moment, I think is a bit more serious than that. Because it becomes clear that not only the youth field is not completely involved in different decision making, but and this may be more at the European level because the national realities are different, and from what I've seen, the Macedonian case may be one of the good cases. But in general, civil society has been a bit put away for decision making. This whole process, even though we managed to somehow influence this because it was a long process. When it was presented last year in October in the Education, Training and Youth Forum by the Commission, we were told that at some point they already knew what we wanted, so we didn't need to be consulted. And this is something that is a trend, and at European Union level maybe can change a bit now with the European elections and a new parliament. But it becomes clear that this involvement and this, let's say, representation level at different stakeholders at European level may have been taken a bit too far, and we need to get that place back as representatives not only of young people but civil society in general. And I think that's a bit the risk, the challenge, but also the adventure that waits us, and I hope everyone here is active in that.
Yes, we have many challenges in front of us. Thank you. I would like to give a floor now to a representative of the Council of Europe, the Advisory Council on Youth. That is our colleague Luis Alvarado Martinez.
Thank you very much. So yes, I'm not Elisa. She is a very pretty girl, you will see her later. Sorry. She was supposed to be here. I'll be in the panel after as well, but yeah, we're both in the Advisory Council, so I'll try my best. So what is this thing of the Advisory Council? The Advisory Council on Youth of the Council of Europe is a body inside the Council of Europe. So we're talking about different institutions now. We've been talking about the European Commission, the Youth in Action Programme, so now we shift a bit to the Council of Europe, the more human rights, rule of law, democracy, where your country is also present, so covering the whole geographical Euro 47. And we are a body whose main aim is to mainstream youth rights and youth policies throughout the whole structure of the Council of Europe. So we are a body of 30 representatives, out of which 20 of them are elected in the assemblies of the European Youth Forum, where Marcio represents. So apart from the Advisory Council, I'm also president of AGE Europe, the European Students' Forum, so one of the member organizations of the European Youth Forum. and we put forward candidatures at the Assembly of the European Youth Forum to be able to be elected to be in this advisory council. So 20 of us are elected by the Youth Forum, and 10 of us are selected by the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. So out of this combination, the 30 of us divide the different portfolios. We're all youth leaders or youth representatives, and our aim is to push forward youth policy or youth rights or the interests of young people in the different structures of the Council of Europe. So some of the things, I'll be very short, worth mentioning. We've been talking a lot about the Youth in Action program. I myself have been very involved also in the negotiations with the Youth Forum, very hard negotiations for the Erasmus Plus program. I think we will be very satisfied. It has been very hard. But we have other funding schemes in the Council of Europe framework, for example, the European Youth Foundation, which also gives quite a lot of money for projects, for associations, both on local and international level, different kind of activities. And what is special about this Youth Foundation, about the Advisory Council and the Council of Europe itself? The Council of Europe is the only institution in the world right now which is pioneering youth participation, which uses the co-management system. Now slowly some institutions are trying to not copy but implement it in their areas. What does this mean, this co-management? It means that this is the only institution who sits the young people in the same table with the decision makers. So governments cannot make a decision on youth policy without the young people, and young people cannot make a decision without the government representatives. So we are treated as equals there, which doesn't happen very often. As Marcia said, sometimes there's a very big lack of political will to include young people. So when we see that young people are included in the whole process and co-manage the program, young youth organizations are the ones who give the final decision to which projects should be funded, which should be the priorities of the program. You see how young people and youth organizations develop this feeling of ownership or responsibility of the program. So maybe an invitation to the Macedonian agency to really sit down the youth representatives of the country and make them feel, because this is the way that you will manage to reach more young people and you will see your priorities fully implemented. If they feel responsible for the program, then it's all done. We really see that this co-management system is really working, and it really activates young people, but it also multiplies the effect of the program. So now we see how there's United Nations is trying to implement it, and how we're trying to promote this system as much as possible in the local and regional municipalities. So it's really something that we are very proud of in the Council of Europe, and we try to promote as much as possible. In terms of cooperations, right now we have a very strong, or trying to have a strong cooperation with Russia, seeing all the recent events between Russia, Ukraine. Something that I think we're very proud of in the Council of Europe, or in the Advisory Council, is we have been able, in a very short period of time during the crisis, to provide a lot of funds and a lot of resources for Ukrainian organizations, now that the country is struggling quite a lot. So we're having a very heated discussions between the Ukrainians, the Russian representatives. In terms of cooperation, I think something very important worth mentioning is there's a structure in the Council of Europe called the North-South Center, which organizes these very nice events called the Universities on Youth. One of the most famous ones, the University of Youth and Development, which happens every year in Spain, bringing young people and youth organizations from all over the world and cooperate on a global level. But you also have the Latin American University. I think probably Marcio can speak a lot about those universities, the African or the Mediterranean. So every year you have these universities on youth, bringing different youth stakeholders all over the world and fostering that cooperation of the youth field, not only on our continent, but on a global scale, and really gives you a very different perspective. So every kind of 6 months we have meetings with all the government representatives of different countries of the Council of Europe. So all the youth representatives and the government representatives meet and decide the priorities, go through different reviews. We have a very strong cooperation with the Youth Forum, of course. Most of us in the Advisory Council come from the membership of the European Youth Forum, so we have a very strong link there, and try to have coordinate our advocacy and policy strategies for European Union, but also for Council of Europe. We work very closely with the partnership as well between the European Commission and the Council of Europe on the youth field. And we are very involved. I think it will be presented to you soon, the No Hate Speech campaign, the new, well, not new, not so new, very big campaign of the Council of Europe to promote no hate speech online, especially among young people. So very fast, when it comes to achievements that maybe we can talk, it's important what Giselle mentioned, that in the youth sector we're striving more for an evidence-based approach to policy. So we are trying to collect evidence of through research, through statistics, trying to collect as much evidence as we want to put forward in the different processes. So the council, inside the Council of Europe, we've been trying to work with the Commission on Human Rights and the different bodies to start compiling cases of violations of human rights, especially on young people, because we see that young people many times have their basic fundamental human rights violated just because of the fact that they're young, just because they have a different age, which is completely wrong. So we try to compile as many cases. We're having a strong process advocating with the European Youth Forum, calling for a convention on youth rights for Europe. What does this mean? It means that it doesn't mean that young people have different human rights to other citizens. Generally, they are the same human rights, but because our situation, because our special characteristics as young people, we have different needs and need a different approach to be able to access our fundamental rights. So access to employment, to housing, to all these basic fundamental rights that many times we cannot do just because we are young. And that's already a very big discrimination. So we have a big process there. The funding for Ukraine and the whole Ukrainian crisis. The national policy reviews is something that we push quite a lot. Some countries are doing a very, very good job. Some other countries are not doing such a good job. So we try to be there as youth leaders, but also with Council of Europe representatives, monitoring what is the development of the different governments in the youth field. And maybe last but not least, the Council of Europe also is quite advanced when it comes to recognition and validation of non-formal and informal learning and youth work. Some of you might have heard of the portfolio of youth leaders and youth workers. Now it's being reviewed and developed again, but it has a strong cooperation, especially with the European Commission, in how to validate and how to accredit and recognize all the competences and skills which we are getting in the youth field that are needed in the labor market, but education systems are currently not able to provide. And the youth sector is that bridge that is providing all these skills. And so we have a very strong process there as well. So I think that's it for now, and then we'll carry on. Thank you.
Yes, the objective of this panel was to elaborate the existing frameworks of youth work cooperation and how the youth policies were affected by the cooperation happening in the Youth in Action program. But now I would like to give a floor to you as participants, as attenders of this panel, to raise some questions if you like, or to ask some of our panelists. The panelists were here: Giselle, Darko, Luis, and Marcio. So, if you have any questions, thank you very much again for all the insights from your organizations that you share with us.
Yes, I have an open question for the entire panel. How important do you find the recognition of youth work and non-formal learning? For example, the recognition of youth pass and how to improve the recognition.
For the youth pass, the question, as I get the question, is what are we doing for recognition and for usage of youth pass at the moment?
Yes, for example.
Okay, the national agency is at the moment is encouraging all the organization involved in the Youth in Action program or the Erasmus Plus program, but the part which is connected with youth field or which is covering the youth field, to use the youth pass as a tool for recognition of the skills gained in their line of the project life cycle. What we had in the past is that some organizations were using it. I'm talking now nationally, in national context. Some organizations were using it. Some of them were not using it. This is let's say a 2-point. This is a 2-point problem. The ones who were using it knew about it and were more, let's say, informed about Youth Pass. The others are now getting informed. These are practically, we call them newcomers. For example, new organizations who get involved in this. And since the national agency regularly have these induction meetings for newcomers, we also have promotion campaigns. We also have wide scope of let's say activities with other organizations, as this one today. We always promote the youth buses as a good tool for recognition of youth work and for recognition of youth work.
Okay, thank you very much. Giselle.
Maybe to add, not to talk so much about the youth pass. I think there are persons here much more informed and able to talk about that. For me, the question before asking how to improve recognition is for you to know what do you want to recognize. And I have the feeling that sometimes that's a bit what I was saying about rushing through, especially at national level. Recognition is important, but you need to know what you want to recognize and why is that important. That only will help you, I think, at my humble opinion, to define the path you have to take for recognition. That fits the context you're working in, that fits the needs of the learners. If we talk about recognition of the learning process, for instance, so there are different types of recognition, different levels of recognition and different processes. And before answering anything about improvement, I think it's really about taking the time with the young people you work with your groups, to have that reflection on what is it that you want to recognize and what for, because that's really the basis of any kind of tools and process then that you could develop afterwards, I believe.
Thank you very much. Yes? Please just point out to whom you would like to address the question, or at least people who are sitting here, if the question is general.
Hello, my name is Fatum. The question is for the youngsters here, the youth representatives, each one of you. I'll state the question a little bit politically because I'm a student of political science. You mentioned Ukraine and the stuff that is going on. So obviously we have a clash of civilization taking a bigger form right now, lately. And the thing is that the question is, do you think that existing strategies and approach will be successful combating the influence of far-right, neo-Nazi, and religious intolerant groups now? Because we don't have the previous year situation. We have a special situation here now, and we are experiencing a really high rise of those groups. And the youth is the main. The question was dangerous. That was the question. Thank you.
Yeah, the question was point out to Luis.
Do you think that the existing strategies and approach will combat the influence of the far-right groups and extremist groups?
I mean, the answer is completely yes. I mean, one of the main things that these strategies, especially these programs, the Youth in Action Program, the UP Foundation, all these funding schemes working is on increasing the awareness of young people. So by empowering those young people and increasing the awareness and the understanding of young people, those people are able to understand and read between the lines of the messages of those far-right parties, which many times work with fear messages, or work with try to take advantage of the fact that people don't have so much information about how the system works, and try to influence people that way. So by involving young people in all this, young people become much more conscious and aware, and are able to say, okay, what this party is saying doesn't make absolute sense, because they're able to understand logically how a system works. So by empowering these young people to be able to shape the system and to be able to modify the system as they wish, this is a very, or in our experience in the youth sector, I think it's a very strong tool to combat all these parties which play with hate speech, fear, xenophobia, because these programs promote completely the opposite experience. So I don't know if I answered really your question.
Yeah, Marcel.
I'd like to add something. I agree with what Luis said, but I think it's not the whole scope of the problem here. I think the main problem is a lack of trust on the current democratic systems. And the fact, and I believe that these extreme cases are almost by chance. It could be something else. People just don't trust the current leading systems, and they are turning to the alternative that show up. And these extremists and these extreme groups are using this hole and this lack of trust on the current situation, and just entering and giving them what they think people want to hear in the populist approach, and that's where our initiatives need to happen, because if we provide people not only with information but with democratic experience and democratic opportunities to influence what their future will be, it will be harder for these extreme groups to get in and to influence the politics of countries and Europe in general. So I think it has to do with involving young people and people in general, so that they don't feel that they are not part of the system.
Thank you, Marcio. Giselle?
Yeah, if you allow me, I'm not so young anymore, but I will take the floor anyway. Just to add on what Marcio was saying, it's something that, I mean, we're working a lot on participation now, and participation means democracy. And linking it with the state of affairs that Marcio was referring to in his introduction, there is a lack of trust. Some will say it's not true, some will say yes, it's true. We noticed that as well in our work in the partnership. Another thing is the way participation spaces are changing. So it's I cannot generalize, but there are more and more opportunities for young people to participate in a more and more restrictive way. So you are asked to participate and take responsibility and raise your voice in the way that is predefined. If you speak too loud, then please don't do it. If you move too much, please don't do it. I exaggerate, of course, but this has also a big impact on this trust, or having the feeling that you can really make a change and basically take the space to use it, to participate and try to then raise initiatives and so on against these type of groups or political parties. And I think this is something that is really our duty, all policy makers, young people, youth organizations, to make sure that this participation space enlarge again, because they are shrinking. And I think it's really something we have to be aware of. And that's let's say the backside of the development that we have of it. It's the result of the crisis, it's the result of a number of situations that make now that participation is really seen in a different way, which is not going in the right direction, even in a program like Erasmus+. So I think it's good to foster on other things. Yes, we have to work on employability, we have to do all that, but we have to make sure, I believe, that spaces are maintained for young people to participate fully, really fully, to the real meaning of the word. So I think it's just something I wanted to share.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm following more in depth on what is written or posted on Twitter wall, #LookBeyond, and it's really good. And if my mobile is close to me, I will hashtag what Giselle just said: participation means democracy. Thank you, Giselle. Any other questions? Because yes, there are one at the back. We are 10 minutes ahead, so feel free to raise more questions, but then be aware that a coffee break will be quite short.
Okay, hi. So we spent a week in Mauro, and we were basically trying to produce some kind of evaluation report in the end. So, but my question is directed to Dimitro. Like, the national agency do produce some kind of annual evaluations of the Youth in Action programs. So my question would be, based on these evaluations, which would be like the key changes from the point of view of national agency that you would propose for the Erasmus+ program? And also maybe additionally, as some of you were saying before, other like there were some other people saying how they were influencing the Erasmus+ program. Did the national agencies also have some kind of influence on making the program?
Thank you for the question.
Okay. We must first have in mind that the national agency is not, let's say, a policy-making body. The national agency is a body that implements program that is actually managing program that is predefined in the European Commission and the European Union itself. This program goes through many filters, meaning the Council, meaning the European Parliament, the European Commission, and etc. In the previous year, the national agency in Macedonia had the opportunity to participate, partly participate in youth in action. So basically, this meant that we could only have, as I already mentioned, we could only grant 66 projects, which is not such a large project, and they're all basically mainstream through boosting capacity of national agencies, of youth organization. That's why I mentioned that it is good that on this conference we have 70 organizations here, because the Macedonian organizations who are taking part in this will use the opportunity to maintain the partnerships in the new Erasmus program plus. On the other hand, about the participation of Republic of Macedonia in creation of Erasmus plus, we could of course suggest some ideas that would not be, for example, the European Commission didn't have any obligation to accept them, but if they were good, they could implement it. But this was only on let's say on a lower stage, because we also have to have in mind that Macedonia wasn't a full participant of the Youth in Action and Lifelong Learning program. Since now, as I mentioned, from 2014, Republic of Macedonia is a full membership country in Erasmus plus. Our voice would be much more heard and much more heard by the European Commission, and of course our recommendation, if we have one, would be, let's say, taken in consideration with more seriousness. So basically, again, I remind you, and I also reply to the invitation of the Advisory Council, that the co-management system as it is basically used with organization or with institutions who are dealing with, who are producing policies. The national agency by no means produces policy. It just gives an opportunity through a certain program for the youth organization to influence the policy. So I'll explain this like very simple. If you have a project that could influence the national policy or the national context or the regional European or the regional policy for youth, the national agency apply to the national agency throughout Erasmus Plus and use this opportunity to promote and advocacy this program through using Erasmus Plus funds.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Luis, you may.
Yeah, just a quick comment, because it's completely right. The national agency is not a policy-making body. Before, now I changed my hat. Before being advisory council member, I was also involved in the Spanish National Agency with the Spanish National Youth Council. So the Spanish National Youth Council plays today a very crucial role inside the agency as full part of the agency, is fully involved in the evaluation of the projects of the agency and fully involved in the development of the priorities of that year for the agency, and also in the promotion and dissemination of the agency. So yes, it's true that it's not a policy-making body, but the National Youth Council and the youth organizations can play a co-management role in the national agency, if there's a will from the government, of course. So there are ways of doing it, but of course they have to want first, and you have to want as well.
Yes, there are many fields for battles, different kind. Any other question? Yeah, I can share mine.
Yes, hello to all of you. My question would, I'm Mate, and my question would probably go towards Giselle and Alfonso, because although all of you mentioned quite a lot that all of your organizations, institutions are working quite a lot on recognition of youth work, but then in my opinion and from what I read, like in the last couple of years, the trends in many countries around Europe is that the support for youth work and youth support systems are decreasing. So how would you comment that, and why would you do, and what are you doing as institutions or organizations towards this since if you're working quite hard towards recognition and but then like from in grassroots level it's quite decreasing and then like it's not even considered as something which is a trend. So.
Thank you. Who would like to start?
Just to clarify, when you say Alfonso, you mean me. Nice to meet you. It is part of our. It's very important what Giselle said before about what we want to have recognized. Oh, okay. Losing stuff.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
It's working.
It's working. Our main approach is a rights-based approach. It's the right of young people to have their needs catered for. And in this sense, the need for recognition for their volunteer work and for their non-formal education and informal learning experience has to do with making use and taking advantage of what the skills and the competences and the availability of that person. So if someone has experience in a youth organization, that needs to be taken into account for employability. For example, that's the main thing that's going on. But we also believe that it has to do with recognition of that person and the skills they have for wider life and community. One of my portfolio within the Youth Forum is specifically education, and a big part of that is the recognition of non-formal education, because youth organizations are the main providers of non-formal education for young people. And specifically what we're looking at it from different perspectives. One is the evidence-based approach that Louise and Giselle have mentioned, and we did do a study on specifically the impact of non-formal education by youth organizations in young people's employability. It's something that's available. I'm not sure if my colleague will bring the actual printed papers, but I can also share the links and the information about it. Basically, we got together youth organizations, young people, employers, and different stakeholders to see what skills were needed, specifically the transferable skills that don't necessarily come from the formal system, and also to try to identify the skills that the experience in non-formal education bring to young people. And what we discovered is that the top 5 skills that's needed by the labor market are the top 5 skills that were identified by young people in youth organizations. The other part is something that we will talk later in this event, is the quality approach. It's a responsibility approach. As youth organizations, as education providers, we have developed a quality assurance process and framework for exactly that, non-formal education provided by youth organizations. I will invite you to go to the workshop, but basically it has to do with making sure all the conditions are met, that your objectives that you planned for that educational approach, project or program are being met to the full extent, and that the needs of learners in society are part of those objectives. So yeah, those would be the main points. And right now, because there is this European level discussion on this recognition of non-formal and informal learning they call it better skills for better jobs. It's basically, they still believe education is only for labor market, but that's a discussion that we can have later. We are a big part of this discussion. We're part of different consultative bodies, because this recognition is important so that people can fulfill their wishes and dreams and needs in general. So, yes.
Thank you, Alfonso.
You are.
Yes, Giselle.
I'm not sure that we can say in general, or that support for youth work or the youth support systems are decreasing. For me, in some cases they are, in some they are not. the interesting thing, or what we have to be attentive to, is that if they are not decreasing, they are shifting to other priorities. And as I have said earlier, the current situation in countries where you still have really established support system, even with really a proper dialogue process with the field, there is the situation nowadays makes a much bigger focus on better skill for better jobs or for employability, which is fine. It's an important issue. We don't have to neglect youth unemployment. But it changes the perspective of recognition and why, again, why do we recognize? And I think this is what we have to be careful of, because youth work, of course youth work is also there for education, but it's not only about employability. We have, I believe, other mission and other visions that we want to share and work on. So that's having an impact on the recognition process. I think at the European level at least, there have been really a lot of improvement and development that, again, we will tackle probably later on, Rita, in her panel and in the workshop. And there you can see a really good willingness to cooperate, even if the agendas are not necessarily the same in all the institutions. In the partnership, we coordinate an expert group on recognition that meets twice a year to follow up a plan of action that has been defined by young participants, actors in the field in 2011 in a symposium in Strasbourg. And there you have the youth from, you have the advisory council, you have national agencies, you have SALTOs, you have researchers, you have trainers, you have the Commission, you have the Council of Europe. So there's really a wish to try to have a more coordinated approach to recognition, even though, of course, realities are different, and especially at national level, the needs are different, but at least to have a common direction. So this willingness is there. The difficulty is to cope with different priorities, I think, and that's where nowadays it's a bit more challenging, but at the same time it moves on. So the political recognition is not such a big challenge, I would say. It's really going on. Plus and minus, I mean, it goes, but it's really we ourselves and the society. At least in our work, this is really what I can see the most, and I think there's a general agreement. This is where we have to work. This is where we have to make our work more visible and better understood, and of course of the better qualities. And the quality issue is also important, because if the society and if we ourselves are not able to understand, explain, describe, value, put forward what we learn, then the political level cannot do anything either. And I think this is really where we have to work, and also that links to what I was saying before about participation and so on. It's really about giving the space, giving a push, but it's a long story. We could probably have a 3-week seminar about that. So but I would say it's at the political level it's moving. It's really more the society and the individual. I think that we need to work.
And one final sentence, bringing us back to the topic of this panel. This is also the moment for youth organizations to actually cooperate and to trust each other, and to make sure that what they say about youth work is not only about the organization, but all the organizations that you represent towards society. Because if you're alone on this, it makes it much harder to do.
Okay, and Louise, no? That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your inspiring words. Thank you very much for being our guest and motivators to continue with the work. And while talking about the continuation, 15 minutes coffee break will be served now outside. At 12 o'clock we expect to come here, and my colleague Alexandra Grigorovic will be a leader on a second panel about the impact of youth in action in youth work development. And one big applause again to our guest.
Yeah, welcome back. Thank you. Now I have a huge responsibility. So, welcome to the panel 2. I will be your facilitator for this panel. My name is Alexandra Grigorovic, and I'm coming from Montenegro. The objective of this panel is to talk a little bit more about the impact of Youth in Action programs in youth work and in youth work development in our countries and regions. So before we continue talking about it and actually start going deeper into some evaluations that we had and share some information with you, I would kindly ask you maybe to again put some effort into get to know each other. And if it's not a problem for you to stand up, all of those that are coming from Macedonia. Just to see you, so you know how to approach. Look at them. So those that are sitting down. One more, maybe. All of you that really implemented or took part in the Youth in Action projects so far, could you also stand up? Just a little bit of energize. Thank you. Can I see youth workers here? Again. Some of the people are standing up. Okay, thank you. Can I see maybe those who know someone that really kind of found the love of his or her life through the Youth in Action program? Get married or this kind of stuff? This could be the impact, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. For the beginning, I would like to invite Stefan Manevski from Center for Intercultural Dialogue here from Macedonia to give you a little bit of the overview of research survey that they did related to evaluate the impact of Youth in Action program on the development of youth work, on the youth organizations and so on.
Thank you very much. I will try to be very brief and just emphasize the key points of how we got to this conference and why we are here and what was the idea behind, so that we can all build up on this knowledge and try to use the most of also our discussions and sharing. The idea of the whole process was to see what is happening with youth work as a result of the Youth in Action program, as a result of these opportunities that we meet, that we exchange good practices, that we get certain training, and that we are offered an opportunity to work together. And of course, our idea was to build up on already existing evaluations. As you already know, the European Commission is implementing the program, and this being a program of the European Commission, they already have an institutional evaluation. And we will take a look at certain documents already produced just briefly as for your information and what is stated there. On the other side, we wanted to ask organizations that we worked with and other organizations that worked within the program as beneficiaries to share their own view about their own experience. And this is at the moment being processed by, but we will present it also throughout the conference as well and also afterwards as a form of a result of a survey. And finally, to use real people and ask them to say their views and experience within the program and how it helped or not. Because at the end of the day, youth workers are the ones that do youth work on the field, and they're the ones that are directly connected with what we talk about. So just to start quickly, within the European Commission's evaluation, and I might be wrong, what we managed to find till now is that there was an interim evaluation in 2010, and we will show some numbers from there about where the program was at the time. In 2011, there was the monitoring survey of the Youth in Action program, asking questions towards beneficiaries, what is the impact and the benefit from taking part within this program. And then, at least what we managed to find on the website of the European Commission is that in 2016 we're expecting the final evaluation and looking back at this program, because there are still projects granted by the program that are ongoing this year and also next year. Some numbers that we took out, which might be interesting, in the first 3 years, there was around 380,000 people that took part in Youth in Action activities across Europe, which means 278,000 young people and 100,000 youth workers. We speak about 100,000 youth workers just imagine this number of people that work with other young people or youth leaders. It's a whole syndicate. It's defining the field, and it makes the movement much bigger and stronger. And what we talk about happens basically within this framework. And there is around 21,800 projects granted. And as you can see, as the years pass by, the percentage of granted projects went lower, which means that there are more and more organizations applying for it. For example, one statistics shared was that in 2009, only 28% of the organizations that got grants also got the grants in 2008, which means that 72% of the organizations were new. But just connecting it to our meeting recently in Mavrovo, we had a group discussing about youth work, where we had the feeling that in the recent years, this is not the case, that it goes more towards having the same experienced organizations running projects, and it becomes more and more difficult for newcomers to understand how to fit their work with the program. This will come later. As you can see, the data is for the period 2007-2009, the first half of the program. Some of the major impact on the work, as you can see, majority of the organizations were very positive by the increased project management competence. That's the first one. The red one says very true, and the green one is somewhat true. So if we see the two, it forms more than 90% of the organizations say that they learn how to manage projects better. They appreciate cultural diversity even more. That's the second pillar. And then there are more contacts with other countries established. And these are some of the outcomes that I guess all of you who were part of the program can confirm in one way or another. But what we wanted to do with the survey that CID did in May this year was to ask organizations few other questions and to see how they would say that the impact of the Youth in Action program was for them. And we had 128 respondents, organizations, which is much lower number than the monitoring survey of the Commission, of course, but we still find it that maybe it's statistically useful to work with this data and see what the organizations answer. And that 43% of them were active on local level, 29% or 1/3 on international level. This is how they self-identify from the respondents. Just quickly looking at what they answered, as you can see, the two big squares or boxes in the center are the impact that they saw in the permanent priorities regarding participation of young people and regarding cultural diversity. Almost all of them said that there was a very strong impact in these two permanent priorities. When you see the first one, which is European citizenship, the local organizations had a bit more positive answers that there was an impact there, maybe because this was a way of linking it and understanding it, while the others were not so positive as well about it. And the same comes with the inclusion of young people with fewer opportunities as priorities. And I know some people that are already in the field and are working would say that majority of the projects that they get in touch with are somehow linked with either participation or cultural diversity. And linking it again with some discussions during the evaluation meeting, we still have the issue of understanding what is European dimension of projects and European citizenship. But then we wanted to see it further, and we asked the same organizations, did the participation in Youth in Action project enhance young people's involvement in decision making? So they take part in participation, are they now able to make decisions? And we didn't say where and when, but we had half of them saying yes to some extent, small numbers saying yes to large extent, but what worries us is that almost a big portion, like 1/3 of the organization said that not really, or it's hard to say. Which means that maybe we understand participation, of course, differently in different situations, but we have to take a look at this and see. Maybe participation can also mean deciding within the youth organizations, not necessarily on a municipal level. And although we were very critical for social inclusion, majority of the organization answered that it enhanced inclusion of young people with fewer opportunities, which is very contradictory with the previous one, saying that there was not a lot of impact there.
But then on the question whether it enhanced the inclusion of young people with fewer opportunities, more than half said yes to some extent, and there was more than 20% saying yes to large extent. Probably because this possibility for cooperation supported people that they would not be able to work with otherwise, and got them to take part into the programs that they offer. And just one more thing that we have to consider or discuss a bit further, hopefully also within this meeting but also onwards, is what are the main benefits from participation in Youth in Action projects, which starts with the benefits that local organizations saw, which is more connected with the usage of non-formal education methods. So it's more about this, learning how to work with young people and learning a concrete specific method, following by experiencing Europe's diversity. But then when it comes to international organizations, this was not the key case. It was more about development of organization's scope of work. So enlarging and extending what the organization is already doing, and also creating new international networks. So it's a bit of difference where we see the benefits of the program and how we proceed in using it. It's also very obvious that local organizations found new contacts much more than what the international organizations would say. And something connected with the first plenary, we discussed whether youth work is now one of the preparatory steps for getting into employment and jobs, and is this being pushed on us as a sector or not? The respondents on this survey said that Youth in Action had an influence on mobility, but on educational one, 83%, and only 13% of the respondents said yes on working mobility. So although some of us feel that maybe it's imposed, others feel that it's naturally coming with youth work, there is still this feeling around the respondents, at least, that a lot of them said it's primarily educational mobility, and we learn and not necessarily have to connect it with jobs and working afterwards. Of course, this is a very brief survey that we did just to trigger thoughts and discussion, but then we wanted to ask people that were part of the program. So we did the evaluation meeting, which could be seen as an unofficial meeting of the youth organizations, and asked them, what do you find within this program? And the idea for this meeting was to share stories and experiences, which we did in the last 5 days. And out of these stories and experiences to make conclusions and recommendations for how further we can use these kind of programs in our work. We believe that this is a way of adding a voice and an example to the already existing numbers and figures in the previous charts that were shown. So hopefully it can be seen as an added value. But then I think that it's also a way that we prepare ourselves and learn to listen to each other and understand what is actually happening in the youth field and in the youth work field. This part will be presented by the participants on the evaluation meeting just following this presentation, and basically the whole plenary now is envisioned to be the part where participants from the evaluation meeting discuss their outcomes and their conclusions with you. The survey from TID will be presented, as Juliana mentioned in the opening, as one of the parallel workshops in the afternoon. What I would like to conclude with is that we should not forget that once we look in the past, we must also look beyond, and therefore try to move from challenges into suggestions and recommendations and learn from them onwards. And I hope that at least the experience that we had now with the different organizations might form a practice of youth organizations to meet and discuss their work and see how they can improve themselves without necessarily being pushed from anybody else in improving their work. So thank you very much.
Stefan, thank you very much. And I would like to invite you now to be very concentrated, because we will have a group from our meeting. You know that we spent 5 days, about 40-something participants. We were evaluating program, and we will share with you some of our recommendations, some of our conclusions. And why to be concentrated? Because we would like to discuss it afterwards with you as well. So please also, when they are talking about it, think about what your opinion is. What do you think could be the impact or conclusion, so we can share our thoughts. the settings it's a bit official, but I would really invite you to feel free to ask, not to kind of have some kind of, I don't know, negative feeling towards coming here and asking, or just taking the microphone. Thank you. So please now, someone from the group that would like to present.
Okay, hi everyone, my name is Dusan Milojevic, and I'm one of the participants of the meeting Look Beyond we had in Mavrovo last 5 days. I will present you the outcomes and recommendations we have made together with a couple of other participants from this meeting, and I would like to invite you, as Sasha already did, to ask questions and pay attention to what we say, since we will be using this material later during this day. For the past 5 days, we have been evaluating the outcomes of the Youth in Action program at the CED evaluation seminar Look Beyond. This activity gathered 40 young people actively involved in different aspects of the youth field on local, national and European level. We have also been involved in the Youth in Action program of the European Commission as participants, youth leaders, organizers, trainers and policymakers. We started by looking at the impact of the Youth in Action program has had on us, our work and our communities. After this week, we created a series of recommendations for all the stakeholders involved in the Erasmus Plus program. Concerning the impact on policy, the outcome of our meeting is that over the period of the past 7 years, the European Commission has supported involvement of young people in decision-making process by fostering dialogue and providing opportunities for meetings between young people and decision-makers. This has been achieved by involving both young people and decision-makers in events mainstreaming active youth participation. We come to the conclusion that the Youth in Action program has had a great impact on the development of youth work on both national and international level, which was followed by both many challenges and positive outcomes. Even though the Youth in Action program is meeting certain priorities of youth policy on the European level, there are still conflicts between European and national policies restricting multiplying effects. There is a need for closer cooperation between Europe, the nation state and the civil society. When it comes to the impact on individual development,
the Youth in Action program has a large impact on individual development, especially on personal, social and professional levels, as well as empowerment of young people. Through participation in the Youth in Action program activities, many individuals saw improvements and development of many competencies. This includes increased culture, understanding and building self-awareness and self-confidence. Those impacts enhance many individuals' motivation to take a part, active role in society and to use tools and methods which have been learned for the betterment of their own lives.
Speaking on impact on organizational development,
one of the challenges of the Youth in Action program was regarding the follow-up, as it was decision of many organizations to send participants who were not actually active in their organizations, so the project didn't have after the follow-up, as many of them did not they didn't contribute to the organizations after the project is ended. However, the Youth in Action program did have a strong impact on organizational development through the young people who were actively involved in their NGOs as staff, as youth workers, as youth leaders, volunteers. These young people improved their competences on the projects and upon returning home contributed to the development of their organizations. The Youth in Action program operated on the basis that non-government organizations needed international partners for the project. So it increased the number of opportunities for and the scope of networking possibilities, as well as contributed to the promotion and the visibility of youth organization. On the other hand, it generated the so-called ghost organizations, meaning organizations that were created only to misuse the Youth in Action grants and without proper implementation of the projects. As a result, on the other hand, one other positive result of the constructive networking between organizations is the new youth work approaches, educational methods, the use of social media, promotion of the management tools were developed through the exchange of experiences.
Speaking of the impact on youth work,
we also looked at the lack of follow-up activities in youth in action projects both locally and internationally, and we realised that they resulted often in little or no impact. So we looked at suggestions as to how we can overcome this, and one of the things that we put forward as a recommendation is an option for organisations to apply for further funding after identifying some kind of development opportunities from a current youth in action project. Follow-up activities can be identified during the project to provide clear aims and objectives to guide youth participants after the project's ended. This will have the effect of motivating the participants after their new experience, and also to be more creative and innovative when coming up with new ideas for projects. We think that this could be promoted by involving this as part of the assessment criteria, so actually awarding points for innovation and creativity. We also would like to see further training opportunities for new organisations to get more involved in the Youth in Action programme.
And finally, we analyzed the impact of Youth in Action program on the local community.
Okay, regarding to the impact of local community, we came out with the Youth in Action program give an impact and increase the credibility of organization and open the door of dialogue with the local decision makers and the topics relevant for the young people. Then young people from local in their communities that recognize and meet local needs and sometimes the opportunity to have and participate in projects that were facing the needs of local community. On the opposite side, we found a negative impact in some local communities, and the young people were discouraged to participate to future projects that were implemented by organizations that were not facing the real problems of the local community. Then the local community and the hosting Youth in Action project that host the Youth in Action project were more aware of diversity through implement activity which supported intercultural learning and the exchange of ideas which open up the minds of the participants and the young people of the local community.
Speaking of recommendations, during our deliberation over the past week, we identified many issues and drafted recommendations aimed at various partners and stakeholders at different levels. These recommendations are in the order of the different actions of the former Youth in Action program, and we would go one by one through all of them. First, I would like to invite youth exchanges.
Under the Youth Exchange Programme, we identified many challenges. Here we'll highlight 4 of the key challenges which we've identified. The first one is preparation. Good preparation is key to a quality project. So this is why we encourage organisations to utilise this option of doing APVs or advanced planning visits before the project. This will involve them getting more involved in the creation of the programme, but also sharing their own expertise and knowledge. We also identified a need for further funds to be available for the preparation work to take part in the local with the sending organisations in advance of the project. This would help in terms of getting the participants to become closer as a team, but also to identify strengths which they could then take forward and participate more actively in their other projects. One of the key training things that we identified was mentoring for the youth leaders of these projects. These are the future trainers and coordinators of these programs, so it's important that we provide a lot more training and support for them. We also identified language being a key issue in active participation of young people. So this again goes down to the preparation and ensuring that all necessary actions are put in place so every participant can participate in the program regardless of their level of language, of the working language. This is specifically in order to allow young people with fewer opportunities to participate in this really amazing program. Another thing to ensure quality in the program was really reliable and active partners. We found difficulties in changing partners once we've identified that maybe they're not as keen or as invested in the program as other partners, and therefore reducing the quality of the program. So we suggest to the national agencies or the executive agency to make the process of changing partners more simple. We also identified quality in projects as a key point which needs to be addressed, and this is something which we think regular monitoring by the national agency or executive agency would help to resolve.
We would now move to the next sub-action, which is youth initiatives.
In the youth initiatives, we summarized it to 4 main recommendations. We would really like to see that national agencies provide more opportunities for youth events, especially for new NGOs and informal groups, so for the people who are new to the program and who didn't have much experience, in order to provide them with information and awareness of the opportunities, and that after they can be engaged in transnational youth initiatives. Second recommendation is that youth leaders, youth workers and NGOs should invest more time, provide information, share experience, give support in order to involve youth in long-term process, increase their motivation and boost their capacity, and finally help organizations to develop a pool of competent individuals. The third recommendation goes to the youth NGOs, but together with the local stakeholders, for instance, local authorities, media, sport and cultural institutions and organizations. They should all together provide, promote and advertise more the program through different communication channels and tools in order to reach the young people that haven't been so involved in the program. For instance, youth with fewer opportunities, like youth from rural areas and minorities, as they should reach them, because they are not aware of opportunities that exist in the program for the youth. The final recommendation is that European Commission and national agencies should be more flexible about the priorities, especially taking into consideration local reality and the specific needs of local youth. NGOs should map local needs in order to better identify the challenges that young people face on a day-to-day basis, in order to adjust the priorities of the program to them.
Now we would speak about challenges and recommendations regarding EVS program.
Well, about the EVS program, the first recommendation is that we believe that all the projects of EVS, the European Voluntary Service, should be created according to the needs of young people and the local communities. Then it's important also to ensure that EVS corresponds to the Youth in Action program target group, involving more young people with fewer opportunities. The second recommendation is that, according to our experience, in order to have an impact on the local community and on the development of individuals, the EVS projects need to have continuity and to be long-lasting. The third one, it's that set lump sum of grants for countries and regions needs to be revised by the European Commission, taking into consideration the changing economic realities. Then we move to the other one, that we consider the existing mentor support system, such as role of supervisor, pocket money, language support and living condition really important. So all these elements support the volunteer to be integrated in the local community. Then the cooperation among sending, hosting and coordinating organization has proved to be efficient. However, the national agency should monitor that all the organizations involved are carrying out the responsibility from the preparation to the final evaluation of the project. This is to ensure also the quality of the project and to guarantee that the process from applying for accreditation to receiving a volunteer is fed by many to be too long.
Now we will move to the challenges and recommendations regarding trainings.
Yes, thank you. Main training courses are perceived to be a good quality, and the numbers of young people able to participate has been significant. They are also low quality on projects, which produce low quality trainers and low quality partnerships. As consequences, many other training activities experience demotivated participants who arrive unprepared or with the wrong profile. Too often, training courses are conducted in location with low quality working facilities and accommodation. We would like to see clarification and strengthening of existing rules regarding partnerships for training activities, more flexibility in the new program for employment of freelance trainers. So as organizations, we are free to select the trainers according to quality and not just because they belong to partner or applicant organization. We would like to set up an online survey for each project assessing trainers, methodology and applicant organization, accommodation, food and etc. This would be fulfilled by the participant and the results would be published online, available online.
And finally, I would address the challenges and recommendations regarding the policy. Throughout our discussion, we identified that one of the key questions we faced was how to prepare decision makers and young people for mutual work and understanding. We have heard before the cases of increased number of youth and decision makers working intensely together on the policy level, but we don't think that this is a shared situation in all the realities across Europe. During our evaluation of the program this past week, we have proposed a number of measures to address these and some other issues related to the recommendation, to the policy. The extensive list can be found in the report that we will be publishing soon, but some of the proposed measures would include organizing trainings and seminars to both decision makers and youth leaders in order to actively prepare them for mutual cooperation and understanding, implementation of the good practices of preparatory and follow-up meetings that should include both young people and decision makers, and development of the concrete follow-up activities and action plans as part of the Erasmus Plus projects, and more emphasis on displaying the value of active youth participation. These and other measures, if implemented full-heartedly, should help improve the Erasmus Plus program significantly and provide greater impact on both participants and the society. In past week, we have seen that Youth in Action program achieved a lot of positive results but stopped halfway. We need to move on from here and do so with more commitment, flexibility and passion in order to really change lives and open minds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like really to thank you to all members of our team from the evaluation meeting. You did a great job. I must say that it was not easy for them to sum up, because we discussed for 5 days about what the impact is, and we made a huge number of recommendations for each institutions and for organizations, for the young people. So I really hope that you will read this when we publish our report. So it will be easy to find it. I believe we will share it through all online and offline and wherever we can share it. So I would be very happy if someone from you, maybe from the Macedonian organization, share with us and give us your own opinion about the impact. Because we were an international group with some of the organizations from Macedonia, but I think this could be the good settings to maybe hear your voice and your opinion, and maybe if you also would like to ask some questions to our group that was presenting this. Should I take a list of participants to invite someone? So I don't know, I mean, if you think about your projects that you implement through Youth in Action, do you think that it increases your visibility in local community, or does the behavior of the decision makers or young people in our community change because you started implementing Youth in Action programs, or it's just the same? If someone would like to maybe not really. Okay.
Our personal involvement in Youth in Action has led to a divide in our youth work. There's a clear divide between the international projects that we implement as well as the local aspect. There's that fear of lack of understanding or awareness or knowledge about the European program, which has led to all our local partners being apprehensive or reluctant to partner with us on these programs. So this is why we identified the need for some local impact and some local partnership work within the new Erasmus Plus program.
Someone else? Ivanovsky. At least some of the people I know by name.
Hi everyone, I am Ivo from Youth Cultural Center Bitola. I can say about the Youth in Action program that it helped in terms of the capacity building of our organization and our members, especially the younger ones, as myself. But also it helped in the presence, as Sashka said, about the presence of the organization in the local community, but also international aspect of the presence of the organization. And I don't know, that's it, I think.
Someone else? Yeah, to share the experience. I feel like an American show. Can we have someone from the first line?
No, in my opinion, I think that the Youth in Action program as such, with its program, it provided quite a lot of opportunities towards young people, but then I'm not sure, considering the support from the organizations who were partners and actually doing this project, because I got engaged in this sector throughout, and first I visited the Youth in Action event, like a youth exchange, but then for me what was crucial for engagement on a personal level in the civil society sector and the youth field was mostly because before I went to the exchange I had quite strong preparation phase, and then afterwards I had support from the organization towards my building up my capacities continuously, and then providing more and more opportunities for my development and my bigger engagement. So I think that as I've seen it in quite a lot of cases, what's happening is that yes, people are going to in different Youth in Action events, they are getting new competence, gaining competences and learning quite a lot of stuff, but then there is not any kind of follow-up, and it's a one-time thing, so it's not really sustainable because they go back to their local realities, and in a couple of weeks, months, it loses the effect. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you, Mate.
To stand up when you speak, like me. I'm Ivan, coming from SID. Regarding the experience, or my opinion regarding the impact of the Youth in Action program, I think at least it created a bit of division in the civil society sector in the youth field. to organizations that are working only with the Youth in Action on international level, and to organizations that are working just on local level and with other type of foundations. And not necessarily just because of this lack of link of what is happening on the international projects that were available for us within the Youth Action were not always followed up locally. So a lot of the members of youth organizations were just involved internationally, etc., but not necessarily always bringing this impact to local level. There were few organizations, of course, exceptions, but for me this is at least some general frame that I have, and I think it would have been a bit better impact if more things were followed up on the local level and to other young people, not necessarily just for the ones that are on the international event itself.
Thank you, Ivana. Does anyone else would like to share his opinion about it? I mean, when speaking about this linkage between international activities and local activities, would you say that number of young people approaching your organization increased? If you have in mind, for example, yeah, someone is doing like this. Can I ask you? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it definitely does. When people, especially I come from a small town called Vinica, when people hear that they have a chance to engage into this project, they are definitely more interested and are eager to help and to come to the organization and stay here for a long period, let's say. I think that was the question.
Can I just ask how many projects you had, like that you've been partnering in?
Well, in the last year we had 4 projects where we were partnering to and sending participants. So.
But most of them were like EBS or trainings or seminars. What you?
It was 2 youth exchanges and 2 training courses.
Okay. But did you find a way how to transfer the knowledge? I mean, for me personally, it's interesting. The knowledge that your participants they gain in the trainings. Do you have some system how to transfer it to the organization or others?
Of course we did. I mean, not with all of it. It cannot be 100% successful, but in most of the cases, yes.
But how do you do it?
We're having meetings after that. We're having new members that we have meetings with them and are training them after the trainings with the necessary information we got from the training.
Okay, because this can be used really as a good practice, because some of the organizations they don't have this kind of like a strategy to transfer the knowledge and to have this like to ensure this multiplying effect. Thank you very much. Someone else?
Just behind you. Oh.
You have to be loud.
Hello to everybody, I'm Katerina, I'm coming from CID. And at the moment I'm doing the sending service of CID, and I would say that the Youth in Action program helped quite a lot, gave a lot of opportunities for young people in Kumanovo to start the mobility of young people and try to go abroad and gather international experience. I mean, what CID does is not only sending abroad people for tourism and to see other places and meet new people and explore new culture, but we try to make these kind of exchanges on a bit higher level. You know, we have like preparation meeting before a youth exchange training course, EVS volunteering, and then after the whole project, when the people would come back to Macedonia and in Kumanovo, we organize, I mean, not all the time successful, but we try to organize like evaluation meetings with the people that went abroad and to get the experience from them. And also we encourage them to share that experience with their peers, with their friends. So the knowledge is multiplied by many people. I mean, CID became popular among the local youth about this kind of mobility programs. And on yearly level, we have around up to 100 people that we send from Macedonia abroad on these international projects.
Would you, sorry, just ask you, would you say that this international thing that you are doing, that they brought some kind of more respect from the national or local authorities for what you are doing? Do you think that it puts you in a position because your projects and ideas being supported by European Commission and this Council of Europe maybe? So do you think that it brought you like the more power to maybe represent youth or to present the topics that they are interested for them?
I believe so. At least I would like to believe so as well. Because I mean, more and more people are getting in touch with the work of CID, what CID does for the local community, and these kind of events like are. I mean, when people start to speak about their experience, the stories get even on wider area, and.
Do you work on a local policy level? As I remember, you are developing some local plans for young people or something like that.
Yeah, we do. We created the local strategy for the young people for youth in Kumanovo from 2014 until 2019. Yeah, and this was like a huge success for CID and for the people in Kumanovo, the young people from the local youth council.
Perfect, because that is a kind of example how you can be involved really in the policy making on a local level. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
And as well, I mean, after the people that go on international projects, when they come back, we encourage them to join the local volunteer club and to share those experiences with the local people over here.
Okay, thank you very much. If you can just pass the mic. Thank you.
Just to use it while it's here. Okay, my name is Jokag, I'm from VCS. What you said about being engaged on local level and how the international work helped you to be recognized more on in the creation of the local policy. Volunteer Center Skopje also has a similar example because we're active from 2005 and all of the things that we did on local level but also on international level got to, for us it was good because we were recognized in 2009 and 2010 and we were the main creators of the local youth strategy for the municipality where we are working in, and also we created in 2012 the strategy for cooperation with the NGO sector. So in a way, especially, I think that the most recognizable part of the Youth in Action program for local organizations is the European Voluntary Service, and I think that the European voluntary, actually the volunteers. Or the EVS volunteers are the most beneficiaries from the whole program, and is also giving a recognizability of the organizations dealing that are working on local level. That's my opinion about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But can I just ask why you think that is the situation? Because it's a long-term project, or
yes, I think that it's a long-term project, and that people have more time to reflect, and I think it's targeting larger. It has a larger scale of targeting, because for example, when you have youth exchanges, when you have training courses, you have only limited access of young people that can be involved directly and indirectly in the project. But for example, when you have EVS that is lasting for 12 months, that means that all the workshops, all the things that you're doing on local level, especially if you have motivated EVS volunteers that are also doing their personal projects while they're doing the European Voluntary Service, it can include a lot of a large scale of young people from the local surroundings.
But Joko, what do you think? Because one of the priorities of the program was to increase social inclusion and inclusion of generally young people with less opportunities. What you've been seeing lately, I mean, in the last couple of years, would you say that most of the EVS volunteers, I see you smiling, most of them are really for those social excluded groups, or majority are some students, highly educated, or do you have some kind of picture that you would like to share, or you're not thinking about it?
Well, the thing is, I can see it from my point of view and for the organization that I work on daily level, because we hosted more than 130 volunteers, and we also sent more than 150 volunteers abroad. So the thing is, I think it's always depending. For example, we always, when we make selections for the EVS in our organization, we always give advantage to people that have fewer opportunities, that are coming from some social remote areas or have different kind of obstacles. But I think that I cannot have a general opinion that what is the typology of the EVS volunteers, and I think this is also depending on the project and what are the needs of the organization and the project at that time. Although it's supposed to be a program for people with fewer opportunities, in a way I think a lot of young people that are not belonging to this group of fewer opportunities were also using this. But I always say this, I was always saying this until 2009 and 2010, when we had these visa regulations from the countries from the Western Balkans, and I said, sorry, but all young people from Macedonia are with fewer opportunities, because if you need visa to go abroad, then you are a person with fewer opportunities in a way.
Thank you very much. Does someone else would like to share his opinion? Okay, Gabi.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Boškov. I'm coming from SIT. I'm a researcher, and I wanted to point a moment that when young people going abroad and coming back to the local level, the responses of older people and the community on the local level for me is most important. Seeing all this with the enthusiasm in the young people, like wanted to work at the local level, also developing your work. But I think we need to think about how to communicate our intentions on a community level with the older people, just for them to see what we are capable for, and to give opportunity to the youngsters to work. Because several research that I did in national level showed that the older people are not so open to give space to the young people to work and show their capacities and what all that they want to do and are capable to do. So also having the level of our youth work on a local level is thinking about how to present and to involve other older people from community and to give us the space.
Can I just be provocative? Don't you think that you should take your space by yourself, or you're waiting to be space to be given?
Yes,
having this kind of a program?
That's why I'm saying this, because the one research that I was like intimidated with was like young people are not ready to take a part in that, to fight for that. So for me, like apathy is the problem, especially here in Macedonia. So we need to find a way to fight.
How to motivate and to be active. Would you say that you are using now some different methods that you were not using before starting Youth in Action, or it's? I mean, have you, when taking part in the international activities, have you picked up some of the good methodology from other countries? Maybe how to involve more people, how to put them.
What SEED do is cooperating with the municipality and like involving them and to see what they can gain from our work. So that work a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabi. Someone else? Do you want it? Okay.
Hi, my name is Sandra from Youth Educational Forum. I think that Youth in Action done a really wonderful job when it comes down to mobility and of course youth exchange, and I think that this is a really crucial thing because the program gives education for active citizenship, and that's really what we need in Macedonia, for example, because maybe our educational system has some lack of education about active citizenship and about the benefits of volunteering. But when we come down to the EVS volunteering, maybe what we think as young people is, yeah, I need a break from my studies, I will go EVS, or yes, I need a break from, I don't know, from my job or from my community, so I will go and do some EVS volunteering. And I think that that this year is less for 1 year, but maybe we need a little bit motivation when we go back in our communities or back home to just implement those positive practices that we already gained while we were volunteering, because not many people after they coming back continue with their volunteering or help social exclusive people or help people with disabilities or something like that. So maybe what we need is a little bit motivation and some kind of framework that will implement the positive practices that the US volunteers gain through their volunteering. And also I think that the national agency maybe can be more effective on this field. That's all.
Thank you.
I'm Mila from Center for from Greek. I would like just to refer on a few things. We are always speaking about social inclusion and young people with fewer opportunities. And it's time maybe to ask ourselves how much we really include young people with fewer opportunities. I will be speaking only for young people from Macedonia, because especially for some of them it's maybe really hard to leave the country. Not only because of the situation and everything else, but still about the financial situation. And sometimes, I mean, even let's say if the organization buy the tickets and everything like that, maybe they are not, they cannot afford the 30% of the ticket. So do we really try to work a little bit more in this field maybe? Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of organizations that have just funds for this, so to cover the 30% and everything, but still it's hard for them to participate in these kind of events.
Okay, I just would like to add that we also had the same discussion in Mauro about this, really how much this 30% are for someone. Is it really big or a small amount? And we mentioned the support that should be given by the organizations, but maybe also it should be put at something on in a policy level, on a local level, that the maybe local authorities or the government should also support these activities, and then it would be like on a long-term basis we would have the results, I believe. So also what we mentioned is that it's also depending on where we are promoting our program, because okay, today we have a Twitter wall and everything, it's so fancy, but those people that are maybe in rural areas or they don't have internet and stuff, they cannot follow. So I think it's really important also that we make our programs accessible to everyone. I mean, in theory, not in practice, not just in theory. Okay, thank you very much. It was one girl behind that. She's not on it at the moment. I'll bring it. She must be tweeting, huh? Get off Twitter. Okay, she gave up. No, we want you. We want to hear, come on.
Yeah, even aside Center for Human Rights and Development Studies, maybe just a reflection on the apathy engagement of young people and civic engagement. I really don't believe, at least my experience says, that young people are not living in apathy, it's just the different ways they choose to engage. We also need to take into consideration, especially here in the Western Balkans, what is the current situation, political situation, that we have a lot of, that we actually have a lack of trust in public institutions, that we also have not so strong civic education, which is also one of the preconditions for enjoyment of civic rights and ultimately the civic participation and engagement at the local level, and also engagement in the communities, and also building and regenerating the communities.
Can I just ask you before you give that, what do you think about, because everyone is talking about how the governments are open at the system, do you think that NGO sector is also kind of open for young people to participate, or it's like a special also circle?
To be honest, no. I don't believe that the civil society is open for the youth participation. On one hand, because I'm working mostly on the international level, especially at the UN level. So on one hand, you have a challenge to be recognized as a relevant actor, relevant partner by the governments. And on the other hand, you have a battle to fight within the civil society to be recognized also as a relevant partner. And in basis, it's about discrimination based on age. And that's one of the main issues. So basically you need to work on two tracks, one with the civil society and one with the governments. And
but would you say that the youth organizations are representing youth, or they're representing their own stuff and interests and like kind of?
well, I think that can be applicable to the civil society organization. It depends. It really depends on the context. You also have mechanisms where where youth interests are represented, and those are done through the already established enrollment processes. On the other hand, you also have possibilities where actually certain organizations can represent their own interests. So it's all about the legitimacy and
That's the word, legitimacy, because very often when we are presenting our interests and it's for someone, I mean, usually in the meetings they ask, okay, who are you, what the organization is doing, how many members do you have, or beneficiaries or whatever, so you should have someone behind. And what I'm seeing as well in some of the meetings that you have just like one-man show, and people come in with their own ideas what the young people need.
And yeah, that's also an issue, but you also have youth think tanks that also work. So it's different way, and we also need to acknowledge that there are different ways of engagement. On one hand, you have people on the ground working. On the other hand, you have those are more activists. Then you have also people working on the policies, because that also requires a different set of knowledge and skills in order to be heard and also taken into account, because that's also one of the issues. How to ensure that the voices are actually taken into account. It's without doubt that we have a space to have a say, but then on the other hand, how do you actually ensure that those are actually taken into account? What are the mechanisms?
Thank you, so it was good that you stand up, huh? Thank you very much. Does anyone else would like? Do I see some heads? Okay, so now if you have other comments or other opinions, you can always send them by email to our lovely address that you can see here. I hope you cannot see it. You'll write it down later. Okay. I would like to thank you really for the participation, and thanks again to our group that prepared all the inputs and tried to present them to you. I believe it was not easy because there are many things that they wanted to tell you. There are some technical announcements before the lunch, so I would kindly invite someone from the logistical group or someone else. Is it you? No? I can entertain in the meantime. I was like, no, there is no one. Lovely. Then, according to my knowledge from before, we should have a lunch break now, or kind of catering stuff, whatever, some refreshment.
5 minutes.
5 minutes from now, it will be no. Until they go out. So, there is a technical guy. Hi. Yes. Welcome. Do you have something special new to share with us?
Yes.
About the impact of the Youth in Action program on performing logistics, for example?
Yes. I succeeded to try different food from everywhere. What should I say now? Regarding lunch? So, okay, so lunch is being served outside where you have the coffee break, the 1 hour ago. There is vegetarian and a non-vegetarian option. There is sandwiches for everyone, and also there are plus. Lunch will be until 2:30.
Yeah.
Yes, as it was in the agenda.
So
There's something else?
25 slows coming back to this.
If you have any technical questions, just approach Dragana.
So before we go to lunch, just big applause to our moderator, Alexandra. Okay, are you tired?
Yeah.
Are you bored? So, are you honest? Are you honest? Are you honest? Are you hungry? Are you starving? Are you thirsty? Are you youth in action?
Erasmus Plus more.
We are more Erasmus. Are you Erasmus Plus? Okay. 1, 2, perfect. Welcome back. I hope you rejuvenate yourself in the last 1 hour. For the next hour, we are going to be witness on plenary session 3, and the subject is impact on youth in action in youth work development. My colleague Marko Paunovic from Out of the Box International will be the moderator of the session. So I'm inviting you to take part later on and just enjoy the plenary session. Marko.
Thank you very much for a kind introduction. We are sitting here at this table, and just before this session we share a bit uncomfortable position we are, because it's kind of a parliament mood, and it's not so much non-formal setting, but we'll try then during the session to be in this spirit, because we cannot move now the table and so on. It will be quite challenging in terms of the time and everything else. We are going to have the session about the impact of Youth in Action program on youth work development. As you could see in the previous session, we started sharing the outcomes from our evaluation seminar, and also in the second part, many of you share the best, or maybe not the best, practices you have in your own organizations. What is important to say as an introduction of this session, that youth work in Europe was also existing before Youth in Action. Can you imagine this? And probably, as we can see, many people here in the room is still existing after Youth in Action program. That's also very important. And we have also very important speakers here that will give us, I hope, useful information that also during the Erasmus Plus we will have youth work in Europe. I see also very positive faces around the table. Yes, I'm trying to make it more relaxed for the beginning. When it comes to the youth work, European Commission was already in 2001 in the very important white paper saying that education, especially non-formal education, is important for development of young people, and in that way gave very much of importance to the youth field. Finally, then in the 2009 we had one conference in Belgium that was very important in Ghent. Probably some of our speakers were there. Also the youth worker as profession was mentioned there, and also was targeted as an important part of youth work. Finally, today, as we could see from the numbers that Stefan presented in the morning, but also from many other reports, the youth field in Europe is very progressive field. It provides a lot of opportunities to young people. We could see just how many of young people participate in Youth in Action program. That's only a small part of the youth field. Also, this field today encourages young people to engage, to participate in the society. Finally, it is the field that has economic value. So it means it employs many youth workers working on full-time basis, part-time basis, but also many people engaged as volunteers, as participants, or the supporters of youth work working for other institutions. In this moment, since we have this kind of field, the recognition and development of youth field maybe is more important than ever, and especially the international projects in the frame of the Youth in Action before, and now Erasmus Plus are maybe becoming more and more important. So this was a small introduction to our topic today, just for you to get a little bit of information how it works nowadays in Europe. And today in the panel we'll try to answer how the Youth in Action play a role in developing youth sector, developing different organizations, also individual level, but also in terms of some other processes that we will speak here, especially related to the quality, sustainability, and the local impact of youth work. How we are going to do it? We will have just 1 hour, already 55 minutes. We have our speakers that will give us an institutional view, how the things are going in the moment, in their personal and institutional point of view. We will have as well you that are sitting now comfortably in your blue chairs, but there is also on my right, there is one white chair next to Luis. It's called hot chair. The people who doesn't see, it's just over there. What is the hot chair? There is opportunity for you from public to come here as well. There will be 2 opportunities for you to come here, maybe make a question, maybe answer the question that was posed by me, maybe speakers, maybe public. So feel free to candidate yourself for the hot chair and be our speaker today as well. What are the speakers today that I'm really happy to introduce? On my right is Sonja Meter, working for Salto Southeast Europe Resource Center. On my left, Rita Bergstein, working for Salto Training, Cooperation and Resource Center. It's supposedly to be on my right, Elisa, that was already mentioned before, but I'm also amazingly happy to have Luis again with us, who is President of ASG Europe, but today in hot chair representing Advisory Council of Youth. And I would say partly our host here in Macedonia is Snežana Mančeva, that is coming from the National Agency of Macedonia for Erasmus Plus program, especially responsible for the youth programs inside, but she was also like the program manager of the Youth in Action program. So maybe starting from Sonja, can you give us a brief introduction what the Salto Southeast Europe Resource Center is working on the youth work, especially to increase maybe a local impact of the youth work, but also the quality and other aspects that are important in our work.
Okay, so the Salto Southeast Europe Center has been created quite a long time ago, in 2002. So it started existing pretty much at the beginning when it became possible for the organizations and then people from the countries of the Western Balkans to participate in the predecessor of the Youth in Action program. And since then, we've been trying to promote the cooperation between the countries of this part of Europe and the program countries, and we've tried to promote the implementation of the program in the region of Southeast Europe. Until a few years back, that included also Croatia. As we all know, Croatia has become a program country in the meantime, a member of the European Union, and until still a bit more recently, it also included Macedonia, which has also become a program country now. In fact, we have just had an official handover. Maybe I just mentioned it because I just gave Snežana the file of all the accreditations we did in Macedonia for EBS. I trust you know what I'm talking about. Every organization that wants to be involved in EBS needs first to be accredited. It's a process of ensuring that an organization fulfills minimum criteria to be active in EBS. And so now, everything we've done over the past years, since 2006, has now been handed over to the knowledge can be shared really fully now with those who will take over the process or have started probably already taking over this process in Macedonia. Okay, so in that sense, of course, our task was not so much to promote local youth work, but our task was to promote the use of the Youth in Action program in the countries of the Balkans, the Western Balkans. Maybe what I can do in this context is not so much really say what we've done to promote local youth work then, but rather what we've observed maybe as factors that we've found important. Because as we've seen in mainly the interim evaluation of the program, and also in the study that we've done very recently, more for the context of countries in Southeast Europe, is that yes, I mean, according to all evidence that we have been able to collect, the Youth in Action program helped to promote the quality also of local youth work. But maybe the question can be, is that always the case? Does it automatically do so? No? Just by using the program, we do not maybe not automatically increase the quality of the local youth work at the same time. What we found striking, for instance, in the study we've done recently on Southeast Europe, and then it's just a question, if this is typical for other countries as well, is that yes, apparently the program has helped a lot to build the competences of youth workers, and these competences of youth workers have been then transferred to quite a strong degree onto the organizations, and have promoted organizational development and the quality of the work of youth organizations. Which then also had a wider impact on youth work, maybe generally speaking, local youth work. But what at least the respondents in our survey said, in 85% of the cases, is that this transfer of competences happened accidentally. So that means there was not a process, which you would imagine ideally, that an organization would send a person, a youth worker, to a training course, for instance, in order to gain competences and to bring them afterwards back to the organization. But it was just the other way around, apparently, in most cases. That those youth leaders, youth workers who were active in the organization found the training interesting and came and developed a number of new skills and ideas and so on and so forth. And if they were enthusiastic enough, they brought it back to the organization, and it had a kind of rub-off effect onto their colleagues. Speaking institutionally, for us it came a bit as a shock almost, because we have a whole program of defining what courses to arrange, and I'm sure it's the same for the organizations when you apply for a training course. And you think a lot about what you want to offer and why do you do this training and so on. So if there is no strategy behind using these offers, you can question what the effect is in a way. And I think this also is an issue when it comes to other types of youth in action projects. I believe the quality of the local youth work can grow most if there is a kind of strategic process in an organization where there is a local, there is already a whole process, and you think about how does this youth in action project fit into my general work with young people at the local level, and ideally how can that be used now as a lighthouse, as an extra dimension. How can it bring an extra value to what we're doing anyway already with young people in our local community? Which I think was not always the case. And the second point, maybe very much linked to this, is then how is this project then carried out? I think there was a question regarding follow-up, but often there's no follow-up, or in some cases that was raised before. We're speaking about educational processes, we're speaking about participation, and I believe we could see it in many projects that the follow-up was a lot greater if the project offered the space for an educational process and for clear participation of the young people that it was involving. And if these young people had a relation, were involved and were able, given the space to develop an ownership over the project before it started. And if the follow-up was kind of starting already to become a topic before the actual event, before the actual project, and could be taken up then afterwards as well. And last, I think that there's maybe just the last point I want to make on the stop, is that I think the impact on the quality of local youth work, I mean the extent to which the program can have an impact on the local youth work is very much dependent also on the general social context in which the Youth in Action program can function. So it means, are there other programs existing at local level, at national level, with which the Youth in Action program can create synergies, so that help an organization to use the Youth in Action program in addition to other mechanisms of support that exist, that can then help to create processes and to create longer term developments, and not just use the also then I think it becomes a lot easier and a lot more effective also at the local level if there is a climate which makes it possible.
Thank you, Sonia. I think there is important question that was posed here. Are we as a youth workers given enough space for the participants coming back maybe from the Youth in Action events to get ownership over the projects, processes and organization itself? So I just posed this question to you, so maybe just to have it between the lines and also to remind you that there is a hot chair. When we speak about maybe these kind of competencies to create a space for the young people, and when we speak about the competencies in general, I would like to ask you, how many of you did Youth Pass? Just to raise up the hand. You don't need to stand up. Many people. I think we have more people who did the Youth Pass than that answer positive on some other question that we asked in the morning. And this is very encouraging fact. But I'm sure that maybe the most of you doesn't know how the Youth Pass started, and I'm really happy that we have Rita here with us. Rita she's guilty because she's one of the person that is guilty because we have Youth Pass. If I'm not wrong, you've been involved from the beginning, and this is just one of the tools that maybe could help us to increase the quality in the youth work. So it would be really nice to hear from your side, maybe looking a little bit back, but looking a little bit beyond, how this tool and maybe some other tools could help us to work in the youth field and improve things as well.
Yeah, now, okay, I was not prepared to go back to the history, but of course I can do this. And yes, indeed, I'm involved since the beginning in the development of Youth Pass. We started with this development actually in 2005, and the main initiative why Youth Pass exists is that the youth unit in the Commission, with some, let's say, clever people, I would say nowadays, mainly head of national agencies, were sitting together, and Europass was just launched. And Europass is a transparency tool, and it was obvious that the youth field is not, or the non-formal learning activities from the youth program at that time are not that visible, and also tools provided there are not appropriate to the youth field. And there this initiative was born to think about the recognition, and the recognition of a transparency tool for youth activities at that time. Then we started to develop it, and from the beginning it was very clear that what we didn't want to do was to copy simple piece of paper at the end, confirmation of participation. So at that time we developed this idea to make this Youth Pass process with it, and of course very much from an ideal, and here I come also a bit now to the first point. I'm working institutionally indeed on a European level, so my main focus is European, and all the initiatives like Youth Pass, for example, our idea why we developed this, what we developed is based from a European perspective. So the impact of this, and if it really creates quality, is up to you to decide. Of course we have studies, I will talk a bit about this study as well, but it's really interesting that we are invited to ask about local impact, because I'm not longer involved in local youth work, which is a shame, but of course not possible time-wise, etc., etc. So it's interesting to ask us also this question, local impact. But the initiative Youth Pass was immediately related to the Youth Pass process, and since then we are working, so there should not be any certificate with a proper Youth Pass process before. This is the ideal world. And we know, of course, that the ideal world is sometimes ideal, but what we gained from the Youth Pass impact study that was launched at the end of 2013 is that at least we asked organizations, about 800 organizations answered, and we asked 4,000 participants of activities, 1,200 sent feedback about what Youth Pass has done for them. So what was the impact of their Youth Pass and their Youth Pass process. And yeah, the feedback was really positive. So both from both sides, organizations and participants, they both valued the youth pass at the learning process as the important part of youth pass, which is exactly at least giving us the commitment or the confirmation that our way to go was correct, to say that this process is important, and that the recognition of skills or competences I developed in the process, that this is the strongest part of recognition things. The other part where it was also questioned, and I expect that you will have some questions around this, is would you use Youth Pass for when you apply for a job? And both, also organizations said that they see it as a tool to use it, but also participants themselves. And the age which was with some highest feedback was 22 to 25. So people who finishing universities, looking for their first job, looking for internships, looking for any educational activity, they can imagine to use Youth Pass. So here we were, at least it was confirmed that the way we go is the good one, and we hope that we also have impact on the quality. If you are interested in, we can send a link around for the study, and outside there are postcards with quotes. These are quotes from the impact study where you can see this is confirmed. But I would like to add, beside the fact that we work on Youth Pass, that we are also working on recognition of non-formal learning in youth work, because Youth Pass is very much a tool for the individual. And of course also for the youth organization who wants to strengthen their view on learning processes and learning themselves. But we found out already after some time that there's more in it, because recognition of non-formal learning, recognition of competences is nowadays one of the issues, and very much confronted also with the employability aspect. So, and I think we will discuss about this. We still defend, and we will go this way as long as I'm involved for sure, that Youth Pass is mainly for educational purposes. It is not so much for employability purposes, but of course if you have a piece of paper at the end in your hand and you can use it to apply for a job, it can be used, but this is not the main focus. Although from Commission side, from all who puts, of course, at the moment this is in the focus, we are very much asked to justify what Youth Pass does for employability. And of course, that's a big question that I have lots of questions. We have a lot of testimonials. Yeah, we have convinced people who say that I got this job because of Youth Pass. Yes, we have this, but only as testimonials. And to really research on this or to make a survey on this is a bit more complicated. So here we cannot say a lot about the impact. Otherwise, just a number, at the moment we have 340,000 Youth Pass certificates were generated and are around in Europe. These are all Youth in Action certificates, and there will be much more coming because the program is still under implementation. And Youth Pass will exist in the same way as it is, also in Erasmus+, with a lot more challenges than so far.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving us a very short introduction to the Youth Pass and also some other tools that works on non-formal education recognition. Before we go to the next speakers and so on, I would like just to stop for a moment. We are having here the session about development of youth work, but we have also some people from outside that are joining us. In the moment we are having also the live stream. So maybe, is there any numbers, how many people are following us? Maybe 96. How many? 96. 96, yes. Okay, so we have 96 people. The camera is over there, right? Okay, so you can feel free and we send greetings to the people that are following us, yeah? Yeah. Almost the same, I think even more people than in this room are also participating in this, this event. Besides the live stream, there is also a Twitter wall. So I would like maybe to hear Nick. He's a reporter of our event. Also was working very hard in the last 5 days. Nick, what is going on in Twitter? Is it just funny stuff there, or there are some interesting things? Can you give the microphone to Nick?
Thank you. Yes, for example, hello. I just want to acknowledge the people.
I hope they didn't get scared.
The numbers are going down rapidly. Yeah, there was one thing that was posted, I think most people saw it, from someone called Bully. Dear all, please stand up when you speak. So if we're in the audience, in order to acknowledge that there are also a lot of people... oh no, I think you're already raised up enough. And so, yeah, just to remember maybe to say who we are and to stand up and acknowledge that there are also another 96 people watching us and following on the internet in various ways. Yeah, someone called Ivo says that Saskia is the greatest facilitator ever. Big hello to SOS Podgorica. We know you're following, but we didn't get any more tweets from you, so. We had a few challenges also. We had a challenge this morning to the Macedonian National Agency to develop a co-management system with young people. Very popular in some parts of the room. We had some very special quotes as well, some very incredible quotes. There are more and more opportunities for young people to participate in more and more restricted ways. A lot to think about. Someone called Mark Taylor. Hello, Mark. Something else to think about. So what about the work in youth work? And then we have something else. Recognition is important, but it is more important to know what and why you want to do it. That was from you. So there's a few things there coming up. I didn't manage to count all the Twitters because I can't use this finger pad thing and the screen kept moving. But I think there's at least 100, 150 or something like this, or it tells you on here. I don't know. Anyway, technology, someone will know. But there's a lot happening. Maybe there could be more happening. Marco, you've also been posting questions, and sorry to say, no one has responded to any of your questions. Maybe we could take a little bit more notice of Marco. He would enjoy that. And yeah, keep active on the Twitter. Get more stuff out there. Connect with people that you're connected with so that they're also following some of the funny stuff as well as some of the more serious stuff. Thank you.
Indeed, I made some questions at the beginning of the session. Nobody answered, so I decided to make a question to the speakers because they are obviously answering, right? Yeah, there is an interesting thing that you mentioned before is all this stuff about employability. Is it that the youth sector in the moment is measured only if we can make people employed? Is it the only measurement? So this is my second question. Is there any other goals in the youth field except the employability? So think about this second question and feel free to come to the hot chair. Since we are here in Macedonia and we have Snežana with us that was really involved in the Youth in Action projects for the entire program, we would like to hear how, from your institutional perspective, looks the youth sector in Macedonia. What was maybe improved from your point of view? Maybe what are the challenges that you face in your work in helping youth organizations to use the program, and maybe share some more like challenges, because in the morning we heard a lot of good things, but since you're coming from more how to say operative position, we want to hear also some problems maybe that you face.
Okay, I'm the coordinator for the Youth in Action program in Macedonia, starting from the beginning of the establishing of the national agency, but more or less I'm active in the youth, especially in the youth program, starting from the youth program long time ago. So I will try to give you a short overview or the short picture from our perspective from this institutional perspective, because in this presentation I don't want to keep your attention on the numbers, statistics, and everything else what can be boring. Just challenges, positive, negative, normally, not just positive. Believe me, we have a negative experience and negative happenings in the last years. And maybe what we can expect in the future Erasmus Plus, especially in the youth work or youth activities. In the last year, from our perspective, I can say that we meet with a couple of challenges. First, maybe on the beginning was that how to present the program of the beginners, local beginners in the Youth in Action program, people who don't know anything about the Youth in Action and what is the Youth in Action program. That was our first challenge. Challenge was stay in the last, I can say, in the last 4 years. It was challenge for us because in the different part of Macedonia you can meet the different level of knowledge about the program, Youth in Action program in general, and now Erasmus Plus program. Believe or not, in this part of Macedonia, people very rare, in the very rare situation, I can say that I can meet youngsters who know what are the possibility of the Youth in Action program in general, or what are the possibility of the programs which are provided by the European Commission for the youngsters, for the students, and anybody who want to use certain programs. So each part of Macedonia is still challenge for us, like national agency. I mean, in the activity which we have to raise the knowledge about the Youth in Action or youth activities now in the Erasmus Plus program, how they can use that, how to apply, in which way they will fulfill application form, which are needed support documents for the application, how to calculate the budget, and how to follow the rules in the guide for the applicants. So believe me that for many of you maybe these are very basic things if you are active in the Youth in Action program, but for these youngsters this is real challenge, and especially for us. Second issue is that in a certain part of Macedonia we have a very active and strong organization. They are very active, not just in applying in the national agency in the last years, but they are active since youth program. So the problem was how to give opportunity of the organization who apply in the national agency, especially I spoke from the side of the national agency, not from the side of the centralized level of application and possibility there. How to give opportunity and chance for the organization who are really new or so-called newcomers in the program to pick up the grant, to receive the grant, implement the project, and during that implementation of the project how to support them in the process of implementation, and after that on evaluation process and submitting of the final report. We have certain situation when newcomers receive the grant in the national agency. More of them was the organization who was established as a result of the youngsters who was previously on certain activities granted by the Youth in Action program, training course, exchanges, EDS volunteers. It was, and after that they decide to establish their own organization, couple of them, because in the Macedonian national legislation, minimum 5% have to be to establish the new organization, brand new organization. So they were successful, and the main reason why they were successful, like the newcomers, was that they have certain experience before that in the using of the Youth in Action program and possibilities which was provided by this program. One of the programs in Macedonia organization, I spoke about the youth organization in Macedonia, is that more than 50% of the organization which I met in the last years, I saw small number of the person there, or when I make the contacts with them, only one person is charged for everything, or 2 or 3 maximum. So they don't build the capacity of the organization. They learn how to prepare the application, how to apply, how to use the funds if they receive the grants, but they don't share the experience with the youngsters around them. So attraction for the new member in the organization is not their priority in their work. So I'm not sure that this is a right way for development of any organization, especially for the youth, because the youth are very dynamic. Youths are very dynamic, and you have to always work on the administrative capacity inside of the organization, and maybe survive of the organization is depend from that how you can invest in the future members in your organization, and how you can transfer the knowledge, especially if you decide to use the European funds and the funds which come from the Youth in Action program. Influence of the local community in the last year was from the side of the implementation of Youth in Action program was significant, especially when we spoke about the presence of the EVS volunteers in Macedonia, because from one hand the volunteers coming from very different environment from the country, from the European country, and they arrive especially in the rural part of Macedonia, and the people there, believe me or not, for the first time, some of them for the first time meet foreigners, especially the young person foreigners, which is very strange for them. For the first time, some of them learn foreign language or some words from foreign language. They have to adapt their work in the local community, especially if the organization receives volunteers for the first time. Anyway, regarding the EVS, still Macedonian youngsters don't use the possibility for the EVS from EVS action, and I'm still very pessimist about that, because maybe more than youngsters in Macedonia, because they still don't believe that it's possible to be volunteer somewhere in Europe, and everything can be paid, provided from the grant which organization receive. So I'm strongly recommend if someone from Macedonia is here and they don't believe in that, please spoke with your colleague around you, and believe me, it's possible. And of the grant which was EVS volunteers in Macedonia, so the percentage is very high in comparison with the percentage of the people of Macedonia youngsters who was volunteers out of Macedonia. So I saw the youngsters who learn something new. They learn different kind of starting from the movie film project to paper around the part where it was accommodated, and to prepare the different exhibitions. Too many things. Some of them first time they learn how to prepare, and skills and the last thing is that youth will not happy with this situation. Yes, we have pilot project with one of the NGO organization in Macedonia, Triagolnik, start with the pilot project general recognition of the youth work. This is still pilot project. It's not an national agency. They call up to what is the youth work and how they can be the youth worker if they don't have official. I'm optimist on the end, and I believe that in the next years this will be a question. I'll hear.
When to stand up for the room, so to come and share your vision, what is a youth worker? So that's my third question and third invitation for the white. Anyway, I have a new one. Do you know who is the young European of 2014?
Yes.
You know?
Yes, we do.
No, you know, but I asked other people. Somebody over there. Okay. Yeah, and we are really glad to host also him here. Before, we would like to hear some council. You don't explain again, because you explained in the first session what is about. On youth work.
It's a bit tricky because, as I told you before, level which doesn't really interfere too much with the Youth in Action program, but so I will be changing caps and hats. I think it would have been very nice before this real dialogue between the national agency and the participants. I think it shows them that their recommendations are important. Starts with a document called the Charter of Participation on Effective if people in spreading this message. So I think this will be started right now. But I think there's a need also for platforms. Hopefully, let's hope that the National Youth Council coming on can be that. Plural, the Advisory Council also talks a lot about the co-management, which was very nicely received. From the European Union and how all the participation of young people have been working. I mean, we have massive consultation all over the European Union. When people and those young people don't see their voices reflected in the final decisions. So this and participate need to know they're not only being heard, but really on the Council of Europe side again, from very hard discussion mentioned before. First, we have to agree what is youth work. I mean, our sector is amazing for some things, and it sucks for a lot of things. One of those things is agreeing. Really want to agree on something and push it forward. We achieve amazing things. So far, we still don't agree what is youth work. So far, we still don't agree what is. So it's a very hard discussion. It's not to reach a point. Maybe we don't have to reach one common point, but reach one per country, and then have the youth organization stakeholders, the employers in this case. What are the competences? Right now there is a process with the European qualifications framework trying to fit non-formal and formal learning and youth work there, but what is it as a master at university? Is that what we want? Is the nation for us or not? So there is a kind of sectors, university who studies a master, so we have to agree on what we want. After that we can start pushing and contacting the different stakeholders. There is right now a decision, I think by 2018, I think the union have to have developed who has work can validate the sector. As I said, it's very hard. They are developing their own frameworks of competences. There's a project which Marco right now is doing. Certain framework organizations of scouts have also their own accreditation and certification processes. So activity and as with the awareness of the individual, we need to agree what when it comes to increasing the quality of the work of youth organizations, accidentally or not, depends really on the context. The part I would be missing, and now I'm talking from a very personal experience of a person who has used the program, is how much of that impact stays in the city. How much of the impact of this event, of this project, will stay in Skopje? Have your own organizations, but what will stay in the local community? So this is the lack of follow-up, the lack of local impact. Have you included the local stake? Have you opened yourself? You know, we in the paper is the Youth in Action program a replacement? In many countries, as a replacement of the Youth in Action program, regional funding, because you have a Youth in Action finance. So this is why no Youth in Action activity will cover 100% of what you limit yourself to the Youth in Action program. It's a tool that you should use, but you should not be.
Just a short comment on Luis. Yeah, maybe that is the weakness of the youth field, that maybe we cannot define it fully, but I guess we all agree that youth work speakers, and really I will...
This, but I will just stand up.
Yeah, please.
Because of the cameras.
And present yourself, please.
Only because of the cameras. So once again, I'm Mila from Greek, and I would like a really important. It's not. So the first one that is officially registered on, and it's working 20 youth organizations together in the process of recognizing the youth work. That we have a lot of people also from the National Youth Council and the Union of Youth Workers. So maybe they would like to share some few words about it. Recognizing what is youth work and organization will go further on, and of course the accreditation of youth worker. So let's hope that will be done in less than a year, let's say like it. And that's it. To process, I would like to add something maybe?
To comment something, but we can go first with you, yes.
That there is already definition. First convention on youth work in 2010, there is a resolution on youth work which exists as a source. Really try to define for your context. You have are done in an international environment. So our next youth work convention will take place in April 2015 again in Brussels. So there will be another occasion. So the European process is for you when you develop youth work in the environment you are. So just not to forget.
And documents. Sometimes it could be tiring, but it gives you can give you a faster answer.
year. Again, for the follow-up projects, to create a tool of good practices with good follow-ups of the project. So then probably we can analyze good.
I guess there is this interesting question: which kind of competition? So I open the floor for guest speakers, whoever feel. You want?
I mean, I don't have the answer for the youth worker because in project management and leadership has certain public speaking, has conflict resolution, crisis management skills, but also was step in case worker. So as long as some agreements on international level when you translate.
Yes, convinced that the follow-up have to be embedded in this. But what to do these new organizations which have the initiatives and they do want and after that to do the follow-up.
The question I think we still didn't answer the previous one. Thank you for making that one. Is there somebody else?
I want to give you for myself with Yoko Vulcanos to stand up. Project last year was granted from the national agency and was very specific for the person with, for the youngsters with autism. And after that project after implementation of this project, they received another grant, like a follow-up on Yoko, which we faced in reality. So,
is it possible to share like?
The main for the champions. Because of
the camera is behind me, just
sorry.
Give a kiss.
I always wanted to have a camera in there. 30 seconds, sorry. So I think that it is about planning, about a project that is long lasting, when the project is ending. It's about something that you should think about, that should be consulting for one organization that got the grant in the Macedonian National Agency about specific targeting group, maybe let's say in follow-ups that is on local level.
Thank you very much.
You of course do 1 of 7. So for me, the point is of course how much is around what other opportunities.
Our guest from the national agency.
It might happen that your project is not granted. So by including it in the evaluation criteria from the very beginning, organizations already set the mindset of, okay, my project needs international follow-up, but especially a local follow-up. I have to include the local community because in the end, yeah, we're doing these amazing exchanges, amazing conferences, but we're all going to coming to Skopje, having a great time in Skopje. We are all having an impact on ourselves, but we don't leave an impact in Skopje. So this is what, in the Council of Europe, it's starting slowly with the Youth Foundation to be done, especially on the local initiatives. Of course, it's up to the Commission to push a bit, but I think there is certain flexibility for national agencies to maybe inform in an informal way the beneficiary organizations, saying, look, guys, organizations, maybe it would be nice to focus locally. I don't know, because of course the European Commission has 1,000,000 things to focus on. So maybe it's the role of the national agency in this case to push slowly the organizations to have a much more local approach.
Thank you very much, Luis. And I would like to thank also for our guests and speakers today for sharing your views and opinion. As you could see, there is still a lot to be done in the youth field. I hope it was useful for you to understand that there are different points of views, especially from the institutional perspective. I really apologize for the people who wanted to make more questions. We just had 1 hour for this session. It's not so much, but keep your questions for the other sessions because there will be space to make them and also approach our speakers, that most of them will stay longer with us during these questions. And what is also important, that usually as a youth workers we are in many cases in the hot chair, so don't be afraid next time to come for the hot chair. I didn't forget.
But comfortable.
Yes. Yeah, because you know the challenging things are interesting in the youth work. When everything is defined and everything is clear, probably we might lose the energy. So stay tuned about the policy processes and all these things. Get engaged with your structures and be active later on in the conference. Thank you very much.
So thank you to Sonia, to Rita, to Snežana, and to Luis, and to Elisa. And one sound to Marco. Yeah. So this hot chair is quite comfortable. I would like to invite you for a coffee break, and then after the coffee break, people who sign up for the working group 1 on the youth organizations for youth work development in Europe should return here in this room. This is the business hall. Those of you who sign up for recognition of youth work in Europe, trends and challenges, just across this room you will find the door to diplomatic hall number 1. Group number 3, cooperation opportunities for Western Balkan, is a diplomatic hall number 2. That is just across the stairs when you walk up on the first floor, just your door on your left side. So it's quite easy to recall, or simply open the folders and you will find the maps. And we have 2 side events. That is the 2 presentations. First about the history of youth work development in Macedonia, and the second one, outcomes of the seed survey impact on youth in action program. The first one will be on red chairs, very close to diplomatic hall 2, or on the left side when you go out. And Gabriela will be in the lobby presentation next to the coffee corner here. Okay, you have 15 minutes, so then go to the working groups. And it's
Don't bite your finger. The free internet. You can stay there if you want. I don't mind.
No.
But the fish is going away. Don't touch it.
Like making speech. What do you mean? Not around.
Am I in the way? Am I in the way? That's the fish for the photo.
The background is the fish. Okay.
It is not.
Yes.
The fish went away. Yeah. Okay, guys. Everybody's sitting in the back. If you want to hear me, you might want to come more to the front anytime soon.
Don't speak
Okay.
British accent.
I'll try to speak with a Canadian accent if I find one.
It's better than British.
Let's see. So, Steve, most of the people are here from Mabo.
Yeah.
I'm happy that you love me.
Represents.
Okay, just that everybody knows, this session is also being transmitted live. So wave to the people and feel free to stand up when they're watching, and hi to everybody who's watching online. Feel free to comment. We have the Twitter wall still up. I'm gonna talk a bit in the beginning of this session, and then I'm gonna let you do some discussions and some presenting. So it's not just gonna be me giving a lecture for 1 hour and 15 minutes, but it's gonna be some input from you as well. But first of all, about me, so that you know that I actually might know something to speak here. I'm here just to be sure. It's self-credibility raising, it's a tool. So I come here from the European Youth Forum's working group on youth work. And it's a body elected for 2 years by the European Youth Forum's board, and it contains 6 members from all around Europe, more or less. Beforehand, I was part of a political organization at my home country, Estonia, and after that, I've been part of the Estonian National Youth Council for a while, but well, they kicked me out because I'm too old for Estonia. Anyway, we're going to separate this into 3 parts. So I'm going to first introduce you to the strategic priorities of the European Youth Forum, because before Marco raised asked who knows the European Youth Forum, I saw actually that only the people that were with me the last week were the only ones raising their hands, which is also interesting to know. But this is the region, and the Macedonian Youth Council is not a member of the Youth Forum yet. There might be one day. They're having a meeting right now, maybe. So I'm going to have to read these as well, because I haven't got this memorized. So I'm sorry if I'm with my back to you sometimes. But the strategic priorities are until the year 2018. They're quite fresh. There was a lot of deliberation and discussion. Maybe some of you already know this. And if I talk too fast, then pick up a chair and throw it at me. I will slow down. Anyhow, the Youth Forum, what it is. It works to empower young people to participate actively in society to improve their own lives by representing and advocating the needs and interests of their organizations. Which means the Youth Forum, as said before, is comprised of international youth organizations and national youth councils. They're in 2 different complicated systems, but they're both there. Youth councils do more of the policy side, international youth organizations have other priorities sometimes. So, for the next 75 minutes, or a bit less, because the breaks went over the time, we'll see as long as they kick us out of the room. Already said some information on the Youth Forum. I was already told by the Youth Forum not to use the abbreviation EYF because it means the European Youth Fund actually. Because the correct abbreviation is JFY, which is the French. So if you see that from here on, then that still means the Youth Forum. I'm going to introduce you what the working group is, so you know for the future, because it's we are actually finishing our mandate in half a year. There's going to be maybe a new working group, so you can all apply, maybe not. It depends what the board decides to form the working groups based on. I'm going to give you some information on the draft policy paper on the youth work. But I'm not going to share the full paper with you, because it's a draft, and it's 12 pages. You will die right here, and I would have to wake you up at the end of the session. So, but if anybody is really interested, feel free to ask me later, and I will email it to you, so we can keep an eye on who hasn't done it. But if you're a member organization representative, then you might already have seen it. And then it's up to you. You can have a discussion, the 3 core subjects of the paper, and then you're going to present it to the group quite briefly as well. Then later on, the Youth Forum can take this, we will compare it with our own input, and see if it matches your vision of the 3 points that we're going to discuss. So I'm not going to tell you exactly what to say, but I want to see if it matches, and then later maybe we can update the paper a bit, because the next meeting of our working group is going to be in September somewhere in the US. Feel free to invite us. We travel. It's like a traveling circus, by the way. So, based on the strategic priorities of the Youth Forum, I don't have to read this because it's ugly, but you can read with me. As the platform of national youth councils and international youth organizations in Europe, we believe that youth organizations are the tool through which we empower, encourage, involve, represent, reach out and support young people. Active young citizens constitute the backbone of any democratic society. However, young people continue to suffer the consequences of the present economic, social, ecological and political crisis. You can see this was written 2010, where the crisis was the main issue in Europe everywhere, but it's still quite actual. So back up. We have three main points that the Youth Forum is basing this on, and that can be seen in the Youth Policy paper as well. Greater youth participation, you being here as well, and us being here with quite a nice representation from the Youth Forum. Stronger youth organizations and youth autonomy and inclusion. Quite linked. And we have three priorities for these points, which you don't have to really need to know this by heart, but just for background. Strengthen its position as an agenda setter on youth affairs, which is kind of for the internally Youth Forum, where we are here and contributing in the panels and everywhere. We want to base our work on a rights-based approach, which Marco explained a bit before in the panel. So you have a right to be here, you have a right to have your needs met, etc. And we want to help member organizations and potential new member organizations, especially within the Balkans. It's usually potential new member organizations. It's a priority area for us. I'm not speaking too fast, right? No, everyone's just reading.
If you can more slowly, we'll be better.
Okay, I will try to slow down a bit. Just stop me when I'm too fast, or ask anything you want in the middle, because this is the boring part. Just want to rush through it and let you guys talk. And also, don't try to take any notes. Just throw your pen and papers away. This will be available online later, and you will get the same information that you see here. Which doesn't mean that you don't have to pay close attention, by the way. So the objectives are to promote the financial recognition and the capacity building of youth organizations at European and global levels, with young people co-managing the programs and policies affecting their lives. This was also quite evident in the point that was on the tutorial before, where there was a call for the Macedonian National Agency to co-manage the Youth in Action program, or Erasmus Plus program. It's quite linked to that. And we expect to have a sustained funding and training activities and everyday function of youth organizations from that, provided by institutions and partners, which can be government, NGOs, whatever, in that field. The second one out of the three is to support the establishment of new youth councils and organizations. So we want to see more active youth councils, we want to see more members, we want to see more active youth inclusion in youth policy creation. I'm going to read them all fully, if that's quite clear. The third one is to advocate for the recognition and the impact of youth work, which is quite clear in the first panel as well, more or less. So that decision makers see, I'm not sure how many decision makers are still in this room, but where they went, or whether they're hiding in the toilets right now, to advocate this active participation and give the floor to you guys. And they expect some very concrete results to hear. And we were quite disappointed actually with the 2 months ago adopted resolution summarizing the structured dialogue results by the European Council, by the way. So you can find the link on the Twitter already. It showed that we have a lot of work to do because they didn't really listen to the young people from the pre-presidencies. And so on. And this is for strong youth organizations. This is why the European Youth Forum does trainings, why we are here, why we promote sustainability, why we will come and visit your organization if you invite us, and pay for it, by the way. Somewhat. We sometimes do it on our own funds, but there's a co-financing issue here as well, just as there was in Youth in Action, as we have European funding as well. So, but the most critical success factor is that we need to have more recognition and more and better administrative funding, which is what this event is all about as well, for the Erasmus Plus program, more or less. So let's see how that goes. So, these are the three. Cool. Questions? No, thank God. About my working group, because we have the working group that's been going on for about 1.5 years now. Just elected, we started to work. we mostly deal with the policy paper. That's been, the European Youth Forum is a huge organization. It takes time to draft the policy paper. It's been 1.5 years, it's not done yet. We hope to get it done in 2 years to be adopted at the end of this year. We'll see. Depends how many good ideas you have, so we have to open it and discuss them more. But our tasks are actually to help the revision of the policy paper, help collect youth laws. There was an open call from the Youth Forum to all the member countries and states and organizations to send in the youth laws. If you think your organization or country didn't do that, I don't know this by heart, then you can still find the link in the Youth Forum databases and do that. Our task is also to help prepare the trainings that the Youth Forum organizes for its member organizations. For example, in a month's time or 2 months' time, there's going to be the Youth Forum Academy in Vilnius, which is going to have to do with policy creation, policy influencing. And then the last one was last summer in Vienna, which had dealt with sustainability, setting up your development plans, work plans, etc. And we are preparing those. At every meeting we discuss the next trainings as well, so we get some input from our member organizations, from all you, and just know how to make this a bit better. And youth policy trainings, the same basic principle. And of course, the last point, what I already said, if some country needs some support in the youth policy creation, then we are available and open to all those calls, questions, emails. Somebody can maybe try to send us a paper mail, but we'll never get it. So, tweets, do that. This year, policy paper and youth work was a surprise. Same points, more or less, but there's also we're going to move on. In the second half of the year, we're going to be drafting the recommendations aimed at countries that do not maybe have youth laws or need to improve them. We're going to synthesize the results and we're going to propose some amendments in general and maybe to countries as well. So this is very relevant to Macedonia, for example, but the youth law is still being discussed and is open. It was recalled by the government quite recently. And we also do some research in volunteering and youth work, which means that we have half a year to do a lot more than we did in the past 1.5 years. Optimists, and we want to show quick pictures, which is the last point. Cool. Today, what we hope you will be providing to this process a bit. First of all, as already you guys were in Maro, you know they started the seminar by saying that you're experts in some field or in some aspect. This is the point today. In our discussion, just think about your own experiences, think about your own, what you have read, heard, done, felt, and just be an expert. If somebody tells you that something is very wrong, argue against that, and then argue against that, and then argue against that, and then see if you need to go outside to solve it. Be a bridge between the youth organizations and the youth forum, which means that after this, it's very cool if at least some of you go back to your organizations and ask your boards or your members, have you heard of the youth forum or have we been a part of this process? So if you haven't, maybe you should be, maybe you could be, and there are always ways to motivate. There are also a lot of calls for temporary working groups on the youth forum, etc., where they're always open to non-members as well, more or less always. And then just be a supporter. Share the ideas of youth participation after this event, and let's see what happens. Maybe the European Council will listen more in the future. So, about the policy paper, more or less. This is the introduction. As I said, I'm not going to show you the whole paper. This would be nice. I could read it in 1 hour. You would love it. Sleeping time. So, just the introduction. By developing a policy paper on youth work, the forum aims to build coherent approach to the topic, including all its aspects from actors, and especially the role of youth organizations and active young people, and capacity building, recognition, policy demands. So we want to have an open process. That's why we go from meeting and event to event, discussing this and showing the points and gathering all the input without showing what we actually do with the input, because we can't discuss and change the document after every meeting. So now we have the 4th draft. We will probably see a 5th draft after the summer in September, and then you might look if what you said today has been implemented there or it's already there. Then check it. If not, then you can call me or come find me in the study. My address can be Googled, by the way. So that's experts as are you. Actually, told you this part already, so I'm going to skip it. So the structure of the paper itself is quite simple. It's a basic policy paper. I'm not sure how many of you have actually been involved in creating this. But what we want to include is the purpose, the introduction, which I already showed. We're going to talk about the impact on society and young people, which is going to be a major part where I expect your input. How do you feel this? Which we already spoke in the context of the Youth in Action program for the past week. But now you can expand. You know all those ideas where we told you, or where we were told last week that this is not to do with the Youth in Action program. Now is the place. So now you can tell us all the impact of youth work in general, wherever, however, whoever does it, so whenever. So be much more free, and you don't have to think about the Youth in Action program. You can, you don't have to, or Erasmus Plus program. We're gonna, the policy papers, the part that you will not see today, it also lists the actors that we see who are involved in youth work, kind of how the youth forum sees it. It lists the stakeholders, it lists the organizations, it also lists the capacity building model that the youth forum is using, which is derived from everything else, more or less. And of course, it also says what we think about money, where it should be invested, how it should be invested. The possible will not tell you where to find additional money. It's not about that. That would be a guide already, and that's a speech I'm going to be giving in 2 months, somewhere in Spain, don't know where. There are going to be 3 chapters in the policy paper, or at least right now there are 3 chapters in the policy paper. It might be changed, we'll see. If you see that something is totally missing, you can tell me. We'll see if it fits somewhere in the paper, if not. So the first chapter is about youth work and the individual, how it influences you personally, how it has helped you, how it should help you, what are the skills gained, and from basically this long until this high, or at which high anyway. The second point is about youth work's influence on the community. A bit larger, a bit, you have to think outside your own small circle and see how it has helped your own town, your city, your country, your region. The community is a very wide term in this aspect. And about recognition of the youth work, also who deals with youth work in the communities. And the third one is capacity building. What do organizations need, want, expect for better results in this, and also the partnerships between youth organizations. This is going to be the basic structure on that. Cool. Now you can forget all that. It's not that important for the next discussion, it's just for the background information. So it's more or less up to us to make the content from here on. So we have 3 core topics in the policy paper. And these are not structured like this in the policy paper. They're structured throughout the paper in different chapters, but basically there are 3 topics, more or less, that are all around the paper. The first one is what impact does youth work have on the individual and society, so these are combined in this link. The second one, how should the youth forum advocate for the recognition of youth work? And this is, to keep in mind, the youth forum is not a state or governmental or European institution, it's basically a huge NGO and a youth organization, so keep that in mind. So think about what it should do, not what the government should do or something like that. So a bit down to earth and that tip. It can't adopt new legislation, it can push for it, it can call for it, and it can lobby for it. But you need to think a bit what the capacity of a European NGO might be. If you need some help with that, then I'm gonna be going from good to good to see. And of course, how we should allocate for increased funding of youth organizations. As I told you, there will not be a guide in this, but we want to gather all this information, the materials, especially if you are thinking on the policy level, more or less. How to, that guy in the back is already sleeping with the camera. But then just think about this and what should the youth forum do to get your country to fund youth work, but to get the European institute to fund youth work, how to get your local city to fund youth work, and how the youth forum can help in that aspect, more or less. Cool. No, too early. Fine. Lucky to you, I have no more slides. So this is the finally put down my phone. By the way, let's go with remote if they don't have one. I'm gonna distribute you into 3 groups, so you can discuss yourself. This is a question to you. Do you want me to do it randomly, or do all of you have preferences?
Random.
Totally random. You assume that I'm able to count to 3, but that's hard. Fine. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You're okay. 1, 2, 3. 1. No excuses. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2. Yes. This is not fixed. You can change if you really want. But try not to do it. Try not to one out one group and try not to overwork the one everything else. The point is there are some flip charts here and some pens. I would like to ask you to present the results of your work after this a bit and show just a few main points, because we're going to do the presentation really short. You're going to have to speak as fast as I do, and don't draw pictures but have some concrete examples or something on the papers, so come grab them from the front here. One group should stay here. The other two groups, I'll just go somewhere. No, seriously, just go somewhere. Bear in mind that there are 2 presentations going on in the hallways, so try not to disturb them. But otherwise you're free to roam around this building. Find a place where you're comfortable. Just don't hide that so that I can't find you. And we're gonna meet back here at exactly 5 o'clock. So you have half an hour. Is that okay with you guys?
What time?
At exactly 5.
Okay.
Please be on time.
What you want to discuss these 3?
Yes. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Go with these first. So just answer these questions. Be very free. Be very liberal. Remember, I know you all been talking about the youth in action for the past week, so it's very hard to come out of that bubble. But remember that you are now free to forget the youth in action and say that to do some other stuff and work with that. And I will go from here to do it and spend some time with you. Okay?
Yes.
Fabulous. Get lost.
Who's in group 1? You guys working here?
Yeah. 2 is here.
Okay.
Here's 2.
3.
You're 2 as well? Okay, go there.
1 is here, right? 1 is here. 1 is here.
Too fast?
Please let me know which group where I'm going to be, because I'd like to see.
If you want me to move one of these seats, they're not fixed to the ground, so we can move them into the camera.
Yeah, it's nice thing here sitting in front of the camera so you can see the work live, you know. Let's show this one form of stuff off. Sit on the ground. Just sit on the ground. If you want to be fancy, you can go up there.
Top chair. This is top chair. Guys, do some work. Yeah. You too. You're not a guy.
You guys okay?
Of course not. I can do. I can work in groups. One has me on that side. In the middle, and everyone is sitting on this side.
If you want to be here, be here.
Come here. Come here. Guys, forward. For 3.
Okay?
Where is the hot chair?
The hot chair.
Great. This is genius. Okay,
More or less equal. Take the camera apart.
Okay, so
think about how you do that. Anytime anybody has questions, just call me. My number is 911.
So,
What impact does youth work have on the individual and society? Yes, what? You're in charge.
So are we looking at impacts from our own experience?
Yes.
Okay.
And society as well, because this one is combined. But based on your experience.
From the work that we do.
Yes. That's the other thing. You only have the first question. Yes, just deal with the first. Yes. I will explain to you.
My name is Benny.
You are only answering questions.
So we are 5 and
I don't know how that happened, but it's easier.
Come on, it's not the first meeting.
Ask me, I will answer.
But I've seen people who have done before, and this experience is like spillover effect. Good job.
Okay, great opportunity.
Just to make sure that you understand. You're only answering one of the questions.
We give like a guide on our personal ideas, awareness of funding.
Okay, from your experience. From your experience, what impact has that? Let's start on an individual level.
Individual is more assumed.
But it's not going to be proper or not? Okay.
More self-conscious, more secure.
Don't take this discussion outside.
So I think the best way to get more from the youth is
Guys, don't be serious for just for me. So you want to sit here, right? So everybody must be here.
So let's be more open-minded.
Improvement of your skills. Improvement and
general
which skills you are better and what not. I think maybe you will know. You don't have an idea. Discover your skills.
But basically it's a document that summarizes all the proposals. It's kind of similar to the one that
What was that?
it starts with a description of the situation, and it starts with the proposals on how to change this. It's not a guide, it's not a training guide. It's a political document aimed at somebody. It's a game that you make as a youth member. You guys political statements. Basically the presentation you guys did before, or how we did before, but some put into
Every time you have something you want to achieve, that's an aim.
Yes.
You do the same thing in your life.
You're not more lazy or something like that, you're more active. But you don't have to keep that in mind. I don't need your performance.
Yeah, so it's pretty relaxed.
As long as you get some results.
Yeah, sure. Well, I don't know. I think like the way to get more funding is just to show that, right? What we're doing is working. We're all qualitative. Show that. Well, by showing that's the volunteer program. Nationality, yeah.
What about actually contributing back to society? Contributing back to society.
Yeah, so we're just going to start throwing that
Give
word.
a good example for the community. For the community, for the acting, for the community is more
That would be the second aspect. Because first we're looking at the individual and we're looking at the society.
Right.
So then
That's
now
we shift to society.
well, this is a good question.
We shift to society, so can you come with example? You have multiple examples. Yes, but not only there is, if you can contribute to the sustainability of the society.
So, thanks for understanding.
Do you understand what I'm
Just one.
Yeah, but we need something pretty unique because that's everybody does it.
One thing for us who
Yeah, maybe your voice and your
just to because this is quite important I don't think so. I mean, I think this is something really important. So,
More like networking.
Great. Here for a second.
Okay, so the social issues.
To use a different word.
where there's, for example, where there's a lot of
we're answering the question, how should we
one of the
suggestions?
suggestions
How should the youth make youth it's PR, it's research, it's promotion, it's basically the same as how should we
one of the things that
it's a how-to question.
Whenever there's any bad people in school, they say let's bring to youth workers. They don't seem to identify as workers as being working with payments.
A budget member. They should have a part in the budget. He should guide through the youth. But I'm not sure if the amount of money is kind of like if my father works in the municipality, I can use him. Will get me an easier approach with
That's a whole other
that's personal.
I don't think we can suggest that as a follow because
first 10 days.
And like, is anybody here anyone working? It is good, really like
The broad strategy,
there's some personal connection
could be informal, non-formal, vague,
Yes, but with the structure, of course, the policy makers, structures also around the city.
Exactly. So,
You should not only do
but actually, just what you were saying, there are big companies, they have something that don't remember what it's called, actually more than also work. You said some work the other day about big companies and outreach or something like this. What was it called?
what?
We were talking about the other day about
CSR, corporate social responsibility.
Thank you. Corporate responsibility. Corporate social responsibility.
Yes. So your own life and influences you.
No, what I mean is, probably there is a better word than what I mean is, not intentional.
Yeah, that's probably your
Examples for the others to follow you.
Yeah,
because you are leader.
For example, if you take big company
So ethical, exactly.
if they have a small
And
division,
create good
they're doing
relations.
this. Like, for example, McDonald's. When people were saying kids are
But
going
if
to
there is
and they
another
started
good
some
word in
program
English,
for kids. Even those people that that's their fault, that they still have small programs like this going on. People can't go to these companies.
a role model, exactly.
By being a role model, you motivate other people to follow you.
Every huge company now these days, every company, huge company like they have this
It could be, youth work could be a source of information, advice, guidance. But to the community. So as a youth worker in my local area, I'm aware of other youth services and opportunities for young people locally, internationally, and also careers guidance and stuff like this. So if you come to me and you say, look, I need to write a CV because I want to apply for a job. I don't know how to do that, but I know somebody who can. So you can always come to me, yes.
Anyways, the Copper won't really be a company that's a challenge. It's a small community and this company there, like Google, you know, they responsibilities and that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is more like, of course, in the local area of the company, but for example, with huge international companies, I mean, it doesn't really matter where they're located because they are everywhere. I mean, like, for example, for Coca-Cola, I mean, they produce it here, but they sell it everywhere.
Yeah, but like they're not going to really sponsor just like a project, a small project in the middle of nowhere because they're not going to get any recognition for it. But if they have a factory there, then they can, because it's local.
No, for example, let's say you have a really small organization in this type of town, like a really small town. 50 people still, the project, you are implementing. There are local projects. For example, we just need one business for example, like this. Same idea. Going somewhere else. There's hundreds of people who are recognized because he's calling for a contest, calling for cooperation with other organizations. And they're basically putting their logo on most of the things you do. Like here, for example, like this is sponsored by the Youth Action, and I mean, I've never heard of this. This is not totally. Yeah,
but for example, I've never heard of this, but I know about this now.
Next time you see it, you're going to associate it with this.
Yeah, I know it, and like, very local is okay, of course, people have heard of it.
So
I think that's perfect.
No, because this foundation is not a corporate.
No. I'm just explaining. For example,
also in Germany and
You can go like this.
I write the question. You want to make a list? Or what I do it?
Huge question.
I make
They're not foundations.
No. It's the social part of the company. Maybe you look at
what if you have one individual
and
a
they
list
create
and two society a list?
from this concept, they have to. It's also a economical.
Yeah, it's from Coke when you have Coca-Cola Foundation, which is that section of the company.
Whatever bank, they have a foundation, cultural, social foundation. They have a lot of money working with different programs, cultural, educational, social.
My right to
The foundations could be political, coming from business, or
Yeah, no, I understand.
this is the
yeah, like, I don't know, like, for example, from this thing here, like, I see many times as, for example, all kinds of youth clubs and all kinds of organizations, not related to just all kinds of organizations who are not for profit. They, for example, they send a newsletter. And on the bottom of the newsletter, like they have small logos. So basically this year is the corporation buying advertising. So all of your activity, like all posters, you see all of the SIG posters, all of organization posters have youth action if it's sponsored to youth selection. So like this is what this is about. So
it could lead to opportunities towards employment.
See if they have corporate social responsibility, or if they're willing to actually implement corporate social responsibility into their company. And I mean, because for that, this is a youth political work.
Anything that
release, for example, for the social area.
Something of course, it could lead to opportunities for employment.
an accountability.
Yeah, this is just free,
like youth workers are used as we've got grad kids here and youth workers.
But still, I mean, like
okay, but now because we have to think not from the point of view of the company, but
Part of that, this is just like a matter legislation where we brought in the that any company that's in the town has to have a certain amount of corporate social responsibility.
Go into detail, various solutions such as
I mean, it's like they could do lots of things. They can sponsor
improvement of soft skills.
They not necessarily youth, and this is going to come
quite a few.
Social responsibility.
Yes,
yeah. So if we can like say push the youth, I mean, this is just ideas.
To force them to do something is
but just bring in this
podcast line.
Isn't that just basically a nice way for forcing someone to
for a couple of examples.
Maybe use a project and put it on a internet platform fundraising.
More open.
Yeah.
So a couple of bullet points. More open-minded. Self-confident.
Website.
Crowdfunding. Yes.
More open-minded.
Yes. We have this one. We have this one and this one. Yes, we have to close this.
Self-confidence.
I think
Tolerance.
But this is from the company point of view. We need to know how from the youth organization. It is the other face of the same point. How should we get money from
The companies.
Like self-discovery,
They can achieve
improvement,
this goal, but the
orientation.
money to be towards you.
Well, that can bring back
What's
to
the name for it?
your first idea, which is just
Yes.
no, but if you're asking how do we go about getting that, that's from our side.
It's okay.
Okay, self-discovery.
Crowdfunding is
What? Don't worry about it. It's cool. So it's fine because it can come under this thing as well. So just write self-discovery, then improvement, and then orientation.
For example, people are using it for all kinds of international projects, and you get maybe one person gives €1 or one person gives 50 cents. It's still, if you get 100,000 people or 1 million people, I mean, this is basically social.
Okay, so the next thing is provide more direction or focus towards achieving goals.
Direction focus.
More direction focus towards achieving goals.
To achieve it.
And the money can be used for another project.
But like, what is it like disadvantage between the
Okay, so then to overcome the gap between formal education and the job market.
What about after I suppose it's like 10 years from now, like I used to work in international exchanges in 10 years and I've done a great job.
Between formal education and
Yeah, because so many people leave full-time education with a master's degree or a bachelor's degree and they don't have the skills to do a job.
Yes, and they
Because they
get
don't
my
have the
opinion for
their education
Exactly.
and
my
education
And the employment market. No, they do have skills. But formal education gives you a set of skills. Non-formal education gives you another set of skills. And in between, where the two overlap, this is where you have the right person for the job. Okay, so that's the individual. Leave a bit of a gap in case you think of anything else. And then next is society.
Yeah,
Do you want to say a bit or
yes.
It's okay like this, of course. You don't have time. You have 1 minute.
Abroad and apply with that partners. To start to work. So after that,
I'm just going to write that. Okay, so it could give opportunity to contribute back to society.
1 minute.
Oh, we're nearly done, yeah. To contribute back to society.
Basically with the club for all the Yeah, and that doesn't work because, let me explain. You have different kinds of neighborhoods in the city. This is a really square city.
TY.
Here you have.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm so stupid at this. It's like that. Oh my god. Okay.
Okay, then the next one is be a role model.
The other one is youth. And okay, so this is how it is now. And these are 4 different neighborhoods. And for example, from this neighborhood,
and motivate
my
others.
personal experience, because I used to attend, for example, this year's book, and it was a competition between the other schools. Always between the youth.
Then the next one will be a more active role
That doesn't work.
in the decision-making process.
From this one here to this one here. You know what that is? The kids over there, the youth, in this year youth club.
We're nearly done. We have 4
So it doesn't work because they are basically the competition.
All the neighborhoods have
So
to
when it
have
comes over, you're not welcome there because you're on our team. So for this to work, is to
With them all together.
what about that?
Yeah. So the next one is addressing social issues.
Yeah, I mean, like, it works as long as because the government runs the school and then we run the youth and it's run together. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't work for the municipality to run it. You need outside people to run it because the municipality runs both.
I'm going to use this part of the one solution to bad kids as part of addressing social issues.
Yeah, it's more general.
But yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
Source, support, information, and guidance.
I would just make them with
Yeah.
Make them one or make them the 40th
Information
one work
and
with one project.
Okay, guys, try to start summing up soon. In like 12 seconds.
Foreign emphasis. Foreign emphasis one.
A bridge between young people and the rest of society.
This is the municipality running. So if you take it and you run it like this, then it works. When you have a municipality, you run it all things.
Maybe not so safe sometimes.
Young people.
And the rest of society.
It's done all around my society. It's all
Tireless.
connected to the school. Always, and we don't know just for school.
We are ours.
Every small neighborhood, there's a school and there's
Perfect. Smiley face.
for it to
Now you can draw pictures. This is the other color is
Let's make a signature.
Yes.
You guys are ready, yeah?
because it belongs to
You ready?
the educational system.
Yeah.
You're ready? Okay, cool. Are you guys ready, more or less? Everybody else is finished? Yeah, sure. Let's just gather somewhere here in the front. Somewhere. Let's come here and let's be beautiful. You guys get off my stage. I was not expecting that question. I was not expecting that.
Ask you to follow what they want
It's so open that it's painful.
It's never going to work.
To everybody else.
Here's money, just do what you want. Just show us if in my opinion.
Toss it.
That's the start point.
It's running already. Hey guys. Let's make it short and simple because there's supposed to be another presentation starting in this.
Again workshop.
10 minutes, but they can wait if we need some more time. Let's lock the doors. Can we start with any volunteers?
First one.
No volunteers. No.
Group 1 will go first.
Yeah.
Okay, group 1 can go first.
Of course.
Cool.
Now,
Do it.
this is our answer.
Can you come to the front so nobody has to break their neck?
Group 1 on come.
You've been abandoned.
Part of the group here.
Okay, so we had the first one, which is what impact does youth work have on, and we broke it down into two parts. The first part is the individual, and the second part is society. So Cici's going to do the first one.
Okay, for the individuals, so we thought that it would be the main bullet points would be a little opportunity for employment, of course, because it's a plus in your curriculum when you are applying for a job. Improvement of soft skills such as more open-minded, tolerance, self-confidence, self-discovery, improvement and orientation. It's, and I think this is the main point, the majority achievement that you can have with this kind of work. Then you can provide more direction, focus to achieving goals. You become more insisting in what you do in your life for not only the youth work. And to overcome the gap between formal education and employment market.
And then the second one, we looked at the impact on society. Youth work gives young people, or just people in general, an opportunity to contribute back to society, be it through some basic volunteering once a month, or on a deeper level, or even on an international level. It also, you can be seen as a role model for other young people in the area, your local, whoever you work with, and inspire them to kind of also start taking a more proactive approach, and them also giving something back to society. It provides a more active role in the decision-making process. This all depends on the other aspects, for example, the process of decision-making, how effective you are, but there's always an opportunity to have an influence on some level. Addressing social issues. This is quite a key one. We identified youth work as being like one of the solutions to problems such as antisocial behaviour or the bad kids on the street. They're all people who are brought in to deal with them are usually youth workers. Youth workers are also seen as a source of information, support, guidance, because they have an extensive knowledge of the different services that are available in the area for young people. And they can also be used as a gap or a bridge between young people and the rest of society. So helping promote the dialogue between the two groups, because sometimes young people are an excluded group in society. So youth workers can be a key component in bridging that gap. And that was our group.
Does anybody want to ask them something? Motivated?
No.
Okay. No? Anybody wants to add something somewhere? No? Okay, guys, you're excused. Doesn't mind if you have a joke in there somewhere. Okay, can we have the second group then?
Group number 2. Okay. You should act.
Me alone?
Come on.
Oh,
Here, I
will. Do it, guys.
Ah, okay. I can help from here.
Okay. We don't have to chart.
Yes.
We have it here. Okay, so we had question number 2. How should the youth forum advocate for the recognition of youth work? We thought that this question is really open and there are many possibilities. Okay, and we had difficulties to get to start. Okay, so one of the things that we said there is promotion and to put visibility on all the work that the organization does.
That's right. And about universities, we thought that formal education should recognize informal education. You know why? Because there is some kind of writing, and it helped us just to think recognition is important, but it's more important to know what and why do you want to recognize. And we want that formal education recognize informal education. In order, universities can send just for a couple of days students for youth work, etc.
So to offer possibilities for volunteering or internships, Also, we put intergenerational projects because we talk about young people, and usually some youth centers are dealing with that trouble, like what they're doing there. So adults doesn't really know what is happening. So based on personal experience, this intergenerational project, when we offer something to the adults, we give them chance and opportunity to come to the center, to also to get some of the service that we offer to them too. And while they do that, they can see actually what is going on there. It actually is happening some youth work. And I think that that combination between formal and non-formal, we thought that it's good when it's part from this kind of circle, like formal, non-formal, and also business sectors.
Business sectors, of course, no money, no honey. Business sector.
Yes, so that cooperation, and also to be present on the local, with the local authorities or bodies, like some body for prevention or something that is connected out of education system and other authorities. So
Can also business cooperation can also work on a European level. Business cooperation can also work on a European level, actually.
Yes. 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 What we have? Yes. Prevention. Yes. That. Set, and also newsletter on a regular basis.
There is one. It's the Youth Forum Youth Policy Watch newsletter. You can all subscribe to it. It's open this week, it's a weekly. It gives you all the news that are actually in the youth field European wide. And you can also send your own stories and information you actually. Yeah. Cool. Anybody want to ask them any questions?
Questions, please.
No? Anybody want to add something? No.
What about youth rights?
Youth rights?
Youth rights, yes.
Youth rights?
Yes.
Youth rights. Of course it's protected everywhere. Everyone's right is protected, not only youth.
Okay. But this
you want us
different topic, I think.
Yeah.
It's a bit different topic, but just to say that fighting for youth rights is the main activity of the youth forum. As well, so
human rights.
Fighting there as well.
You want to speak about this? Yeah.
Maybe I was a little just adding.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe I was looking for Twitter. Okay. Maybe because I would. But I would like to ask you if you could explain us a little more this connection between youth work and the university. What you see in that promotion? University should
very shortly because we're
very shortly. Yes. We thought that universities should send each student, maybe for 2-3 days, for a couple of days, to do some kind of youth work. And this is a way of recognition.
Okay, so it's like a mandatory.
Like internship, like practice, like something else. Okay.
Yeah. It's quite evil thing to say, but people who have only gone to
so we have done our task.
Thank you. So, last but not least, number 3, Andy.
Yes.
Do it.
Just hold it. Yes.
Okay, so the right
They want to help him by holding the paper at least.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, our paper is creative. Flexible.
Very flexible.
Yeah, is it? Oh, yes, flexible.
I love you.
Okay, so, yeah. Basically, the question was, how should we advocate for increased funding for youth organization?
We were debating, actually.
Yeah, we were debating.
Because
And
we have different ideas. Well, some ideas may be appropriate for one country, but not appropriate for another.
Okay, let's hear them all.
Okay. Please.
okay, so for example, we thought of crowdfunding.
Crowdfunding. Do you know what it means? Crowdfunding.
So everyone knows what crowdfunding is?
No.
No.
Okay, so
let's Google it later.
Okay.
Sorry guys, we're really running out of time.
Okay, corporate social responsibility.
No, let's explain.
No, later.
Okay, take 10 seconds to explain.
Okay.
Do it in one line.
You ask for money on the internet.
Clear.
You gave your project and
Clear.
Corporate social response. You ask for money in the corporate.
Clear.
Previous volunteer foundation. So, for example, in Youth in Action, we can find people who were in Youth in Action many years ago, but still now
Youth
they have
work.
better.
Not just Youth in Action, but
need work. Yeah, so now they have higher position and they can give us this money because they are somehow interested in this.
Sponsorship, so basically asking for money for advertisement.
Local government?
Yeah, local government.
We wanted to combine just two ideas. Local government always wants something to do for youth, but maybe they don't have enough ideas. We can offer them these ideas, but there are questions here.
We were debating a little bit on this, but
just say that in most countries, Europe actually it's a local government that's responsible for actual level youth work.
Yes, just a short example. For example, in Iceland, the government runs youth centers like within the schools. For me, this doesn't work because they have actually competitions then between schools, and it restricts the kids for like going between neighborhoods and youth centers because they're basically teaching them competition between them instead of like working together and mixing.
Cool. Any other measures?
Sure.
Cool. Anything else?
You done with this?
No?
Okay, I guess so.
If anybody else has any super cool ideas where to get some money or how to get people to give money, then
yeah, I have one question.
Where's my money?
Yeah, I owe this guy 100 something.
I had an idea, but like it didn't go well with the rest of the group. I was kind of thinking we should push for like EU to bring in legislation that the corporate social responsibility should be aimed at youth, because they all do like different projects, might be environmental or something, but if we make it a law that it has to be youth as well as others.
I love it. There is no EU legislation to tell them to do it at all right now. It would be a really, really good step, which everybody in all political levels would hate, except for Social Democrats.
Okay.
So, but it's a good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the thank you. Cool. I'm actually not sure what you guys are supposed to do now. There's gonna be another presentation. Yeah, everybody else is gonna be coming back to this hall, so maybe you can stretch your legs and move around a bit. Thank you very much for the attention, the time, the ideas, and if you have any other questions, then find me later and come.
It's really warm here. Everybody is seeing that. No, it's good.
Are people still outside of this room? Can I ask them to join us for 5 minutes? Yeah. Welcome. Okay. If you can evaluate the day today, how can you evaluate the morning session? Those who feel that the morning sessions were nice, constructive, motivating, please just stand up.
Yeah, they were great.
Doesn't count. It doesn't count. From cheap people, it doesn't count.
Okay. How many of you were satisfied by the sandwiches and coffee breaks? Just stand up, stand up.
Well, maybe someone.
You gave me the pill.
If you can evaluate the panel where the Sonja, Marko, Rita, Snezana, and Luis were presenting. Okay.
Especially the hot chair.
And if you
Hot chair, the success.
if you evaluate by okay, no, now you please don't stand up, but raise one of your legs if you are really happy about the last working groups.
Julia, is there a camera over there?
No. Can you? One. Perfect. So, at the end of the day, who is feeling tired?
Feeling what?
Tired. Who would like to have party? Yeah! So party will be at 9 o'clock in coffee restaurant Drama. Drama like drama queen. Drama, the street called Macedonia. We are not really creative. Either it's Alexander the Great or it's Macedonia. Or Philip. So that is the only big pedestrian street in the center of the town for those who are first time in Skopje. Feel free to have a look on all that monuments around, but at 9 o'clock, be in coffee Drama for the party. So who would like to end up the session?
Adina?
To end up the working day. Who has the urge to say some words to wisdom?
If there is no need to do so.
Just to express the feelings.
Open your heart, it's now or never.
Yeah.
Somebody can follow my voice and do where I put it. Just to bring it to me. It was really nice.
Maybe it's my problem.
Croatia, do you miss us?
It was a nice and inspiring day with all the speakers, and I just wanted to say thank you. I hope you enjoyed as much as I did.
Extra drink for you tonight.
If it's extra drink, I also say something.
So
always the same people.
People who are overnighting in Skopje, the dinner will be served in restaurant Dion. People from Cid will approach to you and can share with you the directions to Dion restaurant. And now it's a time to invite Stefan Manevski and Marko to say a few words about Ivar. The official part of the working day ends now, and if you're really willing and motivated to stay a bit longer, the presentation will be really good. So Marko and Stefan, the floor is yours.
clear. If you want to leave, it's also fine. Yeah?
But I
But Nick, can you just write down who is doing it? Okay, so do you know what is Ivar?
Yes.
Okay, just one. When I say Ivar, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Wait, one by one.
Our traditional food, Macedonian.
Not only Bulgarian,
Bulgarian?
Montenegro.
What? Wait, just a moment. This one is interesting. Stefan, why?
Because I have a red shirt.
Okay.
Don't give your money.
Ja. Ah, okay. Tegla, okay.
Paprika.
Great taste.
Great taste?
Yeah, so Icelandic man name.
I have one more. A lot of job, harder job.
Harder job?
I heard it from you.
Interesting. What? G? Oh. Balkan.
Winter.
Winter. Dinner.
Paprika.
Red.
Happiness.
Happiness. Paprika. Mavrovo. We don't accept questions.
Just don't give her microphone. Everything is fine.
Two more. Tradition. Bravo, yo. It's another aspect, very important aspect. Grandmother.
Is it because of you?
No, really, she gave three of them. Can we give a small applause for her? Do you know also how to make it?
Yes, of course. I help from my mom and my grandmother.
Well, maybe we can use the hints.
Okay, we use Ivar as a metaphor. I mean, for sure it's not Stefan and me who is going to make Ivar.
Why not?
We could try, but we don't guarantee that you will enjoy the food, at least.
Exactly. But we use Ivar as a hidden message in this case. But we are not going to tell you what is this message, what is hidden behind. But before we completely discover this idea, we invite you for a short activity. So it's very simple. You find a person next to you. Yeah? The first person, yeah? Yella, for example, whom you're going to choose? Okay, so you have your couple over there. So you find the person that's next to you. You have 2 minutes, yes, to discuss with this person and find one word or one term that is important for good Ivar. Yeah? So if 2 of you wants to make a good Ivar, you need to just discuss in 2 minutes, and then we'll see what are the things around. So find one essential stuff that is important for your Ivar. Starting now.
So you are not from Macedonia?
No, I'm from Italy.
So who will better? So we have so what we need somebody
We need you, Sasha, we need.
What?
Because we don't know really what is that.
It's not the Turkish drink.
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
It's a dish, don't worry.
Okay. Are you ready?
You smash it?
Yes? Yes. Okay. Attenzione.
Attenzione.
So to make a good Ivar, I asked you to say one thing. So what was, for example, here?
For us it was difficult because we were thinking that Ivar was the Turkish drink. So we
need a Macedonian.
We need a Montenegro girl to help us.
Huh?
She helped us. I hate really microphone. So
I can
And yes, we came up that it's pepper, paprika, and then you do like cream, something like that. But we are really
obviously, the Ivar is not going for pizza. I guess probably if it's going to pizza, you probably know.
Definitely no. It's how to keep the pizza. Maybe you know how to keep the pizza, but no.
Not really good. Okay, thank you. What we have here?
Patience.
Patience. Stephanie, how it sounds for you?
It's a good ingredient.
It's a good ingredient for Ivar.
Really difficult to find, but once you find it, then it's really very difficult.
Wow, that's really great. Yeah, what we have
So
here?
if you talk about the quality of work, then it's
And follow up.
And then it's time.
It's time. Patience and time. Stefan, and time?
You really need it.
Accepted, Can we get the microphone?
Methodology.
Methodology, So you need step by step. How it sounds for you? Accepted?
Perfect.
we will catch everybody. Don't worry, it's fine.
We chose people.
What do you want to cook people?
The right words that associates with Ireland people.
So we need.
Somebody will need to prepare it, but parallelly eat it. I mean, or it's enjoy it, or learn it.
It's okay?
Yeah.
It's okay also? Can I get the microphone? Yes, I think you have a really good one, no?
Teamwork.
Teamwork? Great. Somebody here?
Speak about the recipe of like piquant chili.
Piquant.
Chilies, yes, but for the good taste.
Okay, chili? Muhammad?
Spicy.
The real secret to Ivar is love.
Now, I want to ask him, are you speaking from your personal experience or from the stories of other people?
Both.
Stephanie, how is some love? Is it okay?
We must add it to the list, but
Okay.
yeah.
It was not previous. Yeah? What about some Macedonian traditional recipe?
You need knowledge and rakia.
Why rakia?
To go with the flow.
Thank you. I guess we need also maybe more rakia for a hot chair. If we give today rakia, probably more people will sit in the hot chair. What about Greek version of the Ivar?
Greek Georgian. Think skillful chef is what is needed.
What?
Skillful chef. Cooking team.
Yes. Fire. Is there anything around over there? Some interesting stuff? What's here? Vesna, huh?
Okay, and we discovered it's also important to have support. Those people surround your neighbors and others who will come and help you in the process of preparing.
Support? Stefane, support? Great. Somebody else here? The last now or never?
As you can see, support is already happening by bringing electricity also to the computer. So.
Let's get it on, but I will get to the table now.
Yeah, what are you doing there?
Close your eyes.
Not you, you're
Under the table.
I cannot do this anymore. I hope you're ready. Yes.
You need oil.
We need oil.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Activism. Activism.
We have activists? Yeah.
We need time and context.
What do you mean by context? I like to make questions, Okay, so basically you mentioned already a lot of things that's important to make a good Ivar, so we decided also to make something in, like Susanna said, in the context. of especially Balkan, and Ivar is food that's common for this area. So you could hear, yes, it's from Macedonia, somebody said it's from Bulgaria, it's from everywhere. And instead of fighting where it's from, we decided to make one for everybody. And the things that you mentioned are everything in the project that we made. And I invite our expert, Stefan Manesky, to say maybe a little bit more about this, and then you can be, of course, free to go.
Thank you, Marco. Well, basically we were discussing that we can share the Ivar in the Balkans, and what we were discussing about the current development of youth organizations, but also general civil society in the Balkans, is that we would maybe need a bit more push in making sure that this cooperation, especially with the different organizations, is taken to a different level, and to make sure that there is more chances to exchange knowledge, to support each other, and to take it to the next step, rather than focusing on the past and on the divisions, to try to see how we can integrate more the civil societies of the region, but also the communities, to think about how we can valorize what are the good points and the good things that we can bring to this cooperation, to bring activism back to a certain level or even further to a new level, and also to support this process of reconciliation. So that's what Ivar stands for. To be honest, we started first with the name Ivar, and then we thought of the words afterwards. And then the background idea of this was to invite organizations and people from civil society, especially from the Balkans, to join in. So why? Because we think that a truly effective and quite sustainable development on the Balkans and like Southeast Europe region can only be achieved if we become more open towards each other, and we exchange and support each other in what we are doing in the different countries, regions, towns, regardless of the current divisions and what is happening around. So hopefully Ivar will bring this even more visibly. Which are these challenges? We have the post-conflict situation, which is still quite strong. There is the lack of interest for integration at the political level in different areas. There are many political and social borders in the region that prevent exchange of best practices between organizations, but also between institutions and organizations. The European integration process at the moment is quite slow for all of the region. There are certain negative economic trends in perspective because it takes too much time for development. For example, even some parts of the region that are part of the EU are still not boosting economically. Poverty, and then also the young people in the whole region are usually seen as a problem rather than a potential. And the idea from this was that we try to find and transfer these challenges into some potential that we can work with, and see it in a way that we can come together from the different societies and exchange ideas and different practices, so that we can think about a regional sustainable development in terms of communities, in terms of what we're building, how to make sure that this stays within the areas where we work. Some general objectives, quite a lot, but the idea is behind them, first is to strengthen the cooperation, that we can meet and exchange good practices between each other, to create synergies among the network, and this will support the potential for advocacy. Then to have opportunities to exchange good practices and knowledge between the different organizations that would be interested to join. Finally, develop tools and processes for promoting dealing with the past and dialogue within the region. And this would be open to everyone who would say that they are change makers. So we would like to invite all of you who are interested to join in and to be part of this, to approach me or Marco, and that we can discuss it further and see how we can maybe formalize it as a network and try to plan it, how it works. It can be young people or people working with young people. representatives of civil society organizations in general, maybe not necessarily only working with youth, and people from marginalized communities. And the idea at the beginning was that we think of different trainings, campaigns, advocacy actions that we can do together to build this network. I know that it's a lot of words, but for now, we would like to ask you, if you're interested, to send us an email, and then we will send you back all of this in written, so that we can continue discussing, but also use the opportunity either tonight or tomorrow as the conference is going to approach us, so we can directly give you the documents of what we have so far as the idea, and then to proceed. Our idea is that we register this as an official network of civil society organizations, and that we together within the network plan what we want to do next, and how to make a common IVAR in the Southeast Europe and in the Balkans. Yeah, that would be it. I think we're just about the time when we're supposed to close this session. If there are some questions now, I'm not sure if we proceed all together in the plenary, or you can maybe, for the people that are interested, please stay and we will explain a bit more about the idea. But thank you very much for your attention and for staying after we've officially closed the day. So remember, dinner at 7, party at 9, and the IVAR from now onwards. Tomorrow at 10 we start here. So be 15 to 10 around.